So IonQ announces a definitive agreement to acquire Vector Atomic, adding 200 million plus government contracts. Very cool. Typically, that does equate to a bit of share dilution, but obviously it is continuing to surge to the upside here. IonQ is blasting off into space. Very, very strong. Amazing price action there for IonQ. Really, really strong. Just going through some of these news headlines here, guys. We've already posted quite a few different ones in the chats. BMY declares a 62-cent dividend. Let's see what that is shaking and moving. Not too much there. Canopy Growth names Tom Stewart as CFO effective immediately. Let's look at CGC if that's moving. Not really. We got some news on Open Door. Open Door says it intends to expand its product offerings to allow the company to provide services through the entire continental United States in the coming weeks through one or more of its direct cash offer, cash plus, or working with its partner agents to provide listing services. Down slightly in the pre-market, not too much there. Tilray Brands to announce its premium craft cannabis brand Broken Coast is launching BC Selects. Okay, not too much news there. Good morning, Mohammed. Today is FOMC day, as well as we got the Bank of Canada interest rate decisions. So both sets are very important. Very, very important. All right, let's keep scrolling through here. Just seeing if there's any sort of news sparking events. Again, the really important news that I'm seeing is you have NVIDIA, a little bit of tensions again escalating in China. China basically ordering all of their tech companies to not purchase NVIDIA chips. So that's hurting it in the pre-market just a little bit. And then simultaneously, you have China stocks still ripping. Tencent Musing securing a multi-billion-dollar yuan deal, refinancing. Obviously, it's showing some positive structure. BABA continuing to gap up here. Very strong, very, very strong. Again, I think that there's a short trade on IONQ today. Gapping up on acquisition news, it's kind of counterintuitive because them acquiring a company is net dilution for the stock. Obviously, they are securing a little bit more contracts, but nevertheless, it should be diluted. ROIV, so Roivant securing a partnership with Pfizer. So that's a positive headline, biotech headline. All right, what else we got going on here? McDonald's lands a street high price target from Citi. Okay, a few upgrades there. Let's see what we got today. Upgrades. Today we got Workday upgraded by Guggenheim and a few other firms. So WDAY showing some strength today on the back of several upgrades. Price target is 285. So very, very positive price for Workday there. You can see that John DeFucci from Guggenheim. Oh, never mind. I guess you can't see that. Let me just see here. Yeah, you can see Workday was upgraded to about a buy target of 285. You also got Dayforce showing a little bit of an upgrade. Ticker DAY. Let's look at that. Again, an institutional based stock sitting right on EMA. Netflix got an upgrade today. NFLX. Actually, there's quite a bit of upgrades today. There is quite a bit of upgrades today. Just post this in the chat. So we get for upgrades, we did get KRC, Kill Rate Royalty. Let's take a peek at that, see what that's doing. Upgraded today, price target 47, so very extended on the daily chart, but getting upgraded off of this really bullish move. I wouldn't chase that one personally. Zillow Group, ticker ZG, got an upgrade today. Price target 105, upgraded by Bernstein. That's a respected firm. That is a respected firm. So trying to break out to the high side here on an upgrade. Interestingly, there's a lot of upgrades here ahead of FOMC. It makes me suspect. It makes me very suspect. You have a lot of leading firms all of a sudden coming out. Ticker Ryan's Specialty Group got an upgrade as well this morning. Price target 60. So pretty oversold compared to where they think it should be. Piper Sandler, that's a big one for WDAY. That's why it's... So Piper Sandler got a couple upgrades from different firms. So big upgrade from Piper there. Price target 235. So you can already see Piper Sandler has hit their target there. Piper Sandler also upgraded ORA, Ormat Techno. Not too familiar with this company. Let's just take a peek at the market cap. 5.53 billion, does trade under 1 million shares, so you just got to be mindful of lighter volume trends there. Can overshoot technical levels. Utility company. Actually, maybe I have traded this company a couple times, but I think it was way back. Kroger, ticker KR, also got an upgrade this morning. So KR is actually looking interesting here, guys. Kroger trying to break out of that falling wedge pattern. I would say that this is a buy, especially because it is a defensive name. There's obviously a chance that it can go back down to gap fill, but trying to break out of this wedge pattern, not a bad area. KR getting an upgrade to 75 bucks today by Roth. Wolf Research upgrading MTZ Maztec. So buy target or price target of 227 MTZ. Chart pattern looks constructive, like it is trying to break out to the upside. Engineering construction, 15.15 billion market cap, average 30-day volume 876,000. So it's almost at that cusp of seeing a push to the upside. All right, let's look at some of the downgrades now. So GRAB, GRAB, getting downgraded. Interesting. Very cool. Let me just take a screenshot of this. I'll post it in the chat for the numbers. All right, so downgrades, ticker grab, GRAB getting downgraded here. And price target is $6.20. So this is a scenario where you're seeing a downgrade, but price is already below its downgraded price. GRAB looks very bullish, guys. That being said, it could use a little bit of time to digest this recent gain, but this stock has a tendency to just keep going parabolic in nature. So simply using a measured symmetrical move, we could see 750. So kind of interesting that it was downgraded today. One that has a lot of momentum, high volume breakout to the upside. This ticker is looking very strong. Another downgrade today, Hain Celestial. I'm not too familiar with that name, but it is seeing a downgrade this morning. So ticker HAIN, price target $2. So here's another one. They're downgrading it today, but their price target is $2. So this one's obviously expected to go through little tumultuous times. I'm not too familiar with that ticker either. 130, very small market cap, very small. Another downgrade today coming across the board is VCEL, Vericel, downgraded today, just a hold. So not a bad area. A lot of volume traded down here. Looking like it is trying to start to put in a little bit of a pivot low, back testing a previous consolidation zone going back to 2023. So this area is not bad for a couple reasons. It was a previous breakdown zone, and then it was a previous breakout zone, nice consolidation, and then another breakout zone. So there is a ton of support here on VCL. I can understand why there's a lot of volume that's being traded down here. Market cap 1.68 billion, average 30-day volume 684,000 shares. Pharmaceuticals, and pharmaceuticals have been getting a lot of attention recently. That's for sure. Biotechs, pharmaceuticals. There is quite a bit of money set to move into pharmaceuticals here. We're seeing a lot of deals, and this is on the back of interest rates being softened up a little bit. That typically bodes well for some of the names that have higher financing costs, so it's very expensive to run clinical trials, etc. All right, another name that was downgraded today was PGR, Progressive. So price target $250, so it's not too far away. Also putting in a little bit of a consolidation pattern here. It appears like I think that this is a decent support level. You're kind of chopping around a major volume shelf. Um, Also at an area of a ton of support here on your longer term time frame. Still a quality stock PGR. It leads me to think that this downgrade is a little bit suspect, probably trying to shake people out before they give it a facelift to the upside. TRTX also got downgraded today, price target of, no, they just have a hold. So TRTX has had a stellar move, digesting some of the recent gains. Probably one that has more momentum to the upside, but just backing and filling just a little bit here. TRTX. It's still a very strong chart, has a lot of momentum behind it. Probably does make another run for the highs again at some point. TS also getting downgraded today. Tenaris SA, price target $41. So downgrading it, but the price target is still higher. Interesting. Sometimes you don't understand firms. All right, Eli Lilly, LLY, also getting a downgrade today. Price target $830. So another one that has a higher price target, but downgrading it. Maybe expecting a little bit of tumultuous price action here. Lilly, if Lilly can get through that EMA 113, that would be positive, but for now it's running into that near-term resistance. MRK also got downgraded. That was actually yesterday. Price target on Merck, $90. So undervalued by about $10 or so. You also got a downgrade on FedEx. FDX got downgraded to a price target of 243, another one that's showing a little bit of undervalued price. And then Citigroup also got downgraded yesterday to a price target of 108. So a downgrade, but yet it still has room to run to the upside target. So we'll see. But Citigroup's obviously lofty up here. Very, very extended. Very extended. You know, we've traded Citigroup a number of times. We entered it here on this put side, made some money, and now it's floated right back up. So it's a name that just keeps getting bid higher time after time. All right, that's enough for our upgrades, downgrades. Let me go back to my news feed just to make sure I'm not missing any major headlines, and then we'll scan through some more charts that are shaking and moving again. Today, I'm not expecting too much movement in the broad indices on the back of FOMC later in the afternoon. We also have that Bank of Canada interest rate decision and Bank of Canada press conference. A lot of people don't think it's important, but it is. It can be market moving. We've certainly seen that before. All right, let me see. Any other headlines that are worth mentioning here? PGY, Pagaya closes upsized 600 million paid deal adding to its momentum across ABS programs. Let's look at PGY. So PGY has had a stellar run to the upside. Stellar. Huge move, announcing yet again the latest consumer loan transaction marks the 6th fully pre-funded paid deal of 2025 and the 13th deal across all ABS programs. Expanded, let me pull this up for you guys. Expanded investor participation, where am I? Yeah, expander investor participation highlights growing and continued strong demand for Pagaya AI-driven assets. Over $5.5 billion of capital commitments raised year to date to fund all asset classes across Pagaya's ABS program. Interesting. Pagaya Technologies, a global technology company delivering AI-driven product solutions for the financial ecosystem, today announced the closing of paid 2025 $600 million asset-backed securitization ABS backed by consumer loans originated on the Pagaya network. The AAA rated deal was upsized from an initial target of $500 million and brings the total amount raised to fund personal loans year to date to $4 billion. So a little bit of a positive headline there for PGY. We'll see if that one can continue its upside momentum. Getting pretty lofty here. You are trying to sweep this weekly topping tail, daily topping tail. Chances are you will. Has a little bit more room, but getting a little bit extended there. All right, so that's positive news for PGY. Likely it's already priced in. McDonald's lands a street high price target with Citi, so MCD getting a little bit of an upgrade as well. McDonald's also sitting right at some technical support, probably does get a bit up there. All right, let me scroll through to see if there's anything else. All right, so we do have WBD still seeing some continued sell side pressure off of that nasty drop. You got nuclear stocks under a little bit of pressure. Oklo had a huge rebound yesterday off of the lows, seeing a little bit of distribution. You still have uranium under a bit of sell side pressure this morning. Ticker WLDS is down a little bit here. What else you got? Micron seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Still very extended up there. Broadcom AVGO still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Again, China stocks are very strong in the pre-market. BBAI, after had a stellar day yesterday and breaking out of a wedge pattern, slightly down by about 4 cents, not too much in the grand scheme of things. ONDS, ONDAS, that continues to show some distribution signals. I still am bearish on this name. I think ONDAS is probably still a $4 stock, if not lower. Obviously, it's had a really big run up here, and I think it's set for some near-term consolidation. SMCI still just consolidating over this EMA 113. This is actually setting up for a bit of a technical bounce off of this EMA 113. So this is a top day trade watch for me. If you get a sweep of this low here, running into the priority low, it's a long scalp, guys, okay? A long scalp. Snapchat had a stellar day. I'm very bullish Snapchat into 2026. But a very strong session for Snapchat yesterday. But a nice little breakout for Snap. Marvell continues to show a bit of distribution this morning, but still trying to firm up and work itself into that gap window. Looking like a nice little bull flag break there on the daily chart. Ethereum is sort of mixed right now. ETH is just backing and filling, waiting for that FOMC presser. Bitcoin looking a little bit more constructive than Ethereum. Chipotle Mexican Grill finally looking like it's putting in a bit of a near-term bottom, and this could have an easily a bounce back to call it 44 bucks here, this previous little breakdown zone. So I do like CMG. It's been absolutely decimated here. It's backtested some critical areas. Look at this pivot high, previous breakout zone, hitting a massive Fibonacci 50% retrace zone there. So CMG is looking pretty good in my opinion. Let's look at some of those energy stocks again. So natural gas continues to muster up some more strength. And my oh my, is nat gas just an absolute machine? Busting through this pivot high. This is again on watch for a short trade today, guys. You can see that it's running into a little bit of resistance off of this zone. But if we get a retest of 335, when the market's open, I will be looking to enter some KOLD. I'm even tempted to buy some cold today, right now, in the pre-market. But I'm just waiting on it just to see if we can get a little bit of a better price, okay? But nat gas is strong. Super duper strong. WTI crude. Whoops. WTI crude backing and filling a little bit today. A stellar breakout yesterday. It has triggered some intraday bullish patterns on the 4-hour chart. Crude oil has had a nice multi-hour pullback. It does look like it wants to press a little bit higher. Obviously, anything can change with depending on what happens with the markets today, but not looking too bad. Let's continue to go through the commodity complex. Gold right now down 0.42%. Still just digesting some of these recent gains. It has been a remarkably strong asset. Just keeps on ripping day after day. The dip just keeps being bought time after time. You can see how solid this hourly chart EMA has been. Bounced. Is this going to happen again? It actually looks like it's sort of holding that technical structure. Silver, on the other hand, is also very strong, going through quite a bit of distribution this morning. It is getting a nice bounce off of the lows, but silver is very extended. Silver has hit massive upside resistance here, taking a channel going all the way back to your COVID low to kind of your COVID money printing high. Huge resistance up here. I still think there's a short trade on silver. But I'm just being a little bit patient. I would love to see it go back for a double top or another little high sweep there, and that would be my signal to short silver for a swing trade. Okay. All right, so right now we do have Tessie down a little bit in the pre-market, down 0.92%. So Tesla still just digesting some of this gains after it had a nice reversal from the highs on the back of Elon Musk buying $1 billion worth of shares. Floated right back up the highs, seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in the near term. Google at this point is still one of the strongest mag names in the market. I mean, time after time, it just keeps trending and pushing higher as the most profitable company in the world. Microsoft, I still think it's fair value somewhere between 495 and 505. I think Microsoft is going to be range bound throughout the rest of the year. I think Microsoft can go through a lot of choppy price action. It's had a massive monumental run, and it's due for some backing and filling. Amazon still looks like it could push higher. This is a consumer discretionary that typically does see a bit of a potential run into the Christmas holiday buildup. You're going to have a lot of people into the last several months of the year start to plan their Christmas gifts. You do see retailers typically gain a little bit of momentum. You did see yesterday that the retail data was very positive across the board. Interestingly enough, retail stocks sold off on the strong data, but as one of the biggest retailers in the world, if it is the biggest retailer in the world, it should get a flurry of buying and accumulation, I think, as investors forward look for a positive Christmas spend. Okay. So I think that Amazon's still looking constructive. You're on a technical basis, you're still putting in higher highs, higher lows. So until that trend is broken, this is technically a very, very bullish chart. Apple right now also putting in structurally higher lows, higher highs in the near term. Basically, Apple's still looking pretty impressive to the upside right now. I mean, it has triggered much larger breakout patterns. I do have higher upside targets in mind for Apple, but Apple's just starting to work itself through to the upside there. I'll keep that in, but I have a target of about 255. I don't think it'll hit that into the year end, but it could. It could, especially if Nvidia loses some momentum here. Okay. All right, what else do we got going on in this market? ZG, Zillow Group, we discussed that. That's getting a small upgrade this morning. See what else we got going on here. New Fortress Energy. Wow, look at this NFE, guys. New Fortress Energy up nicely in the pre-market. 80 cents in the pre-market, almost 40% there. Pretty crazy runner here, making a bullish reversal back to the high side. New Fortress Energy has got a lot of momentum down here. Let's see what we got for the news headlines. So New Fortress Energy shares are trading higher by about 41%. Shares of NFE rose sharply in pre-market trading after the company announced a long-term gas supply agreement with the Puerto Rican government. Okay, I'll post that in the chat here. So NFE is running on the back of a deal. See what else we got going. Top analysts forecast Apple to run more than 28% to price target of 305. Cabin saying you're all ready for a massive pump after the rate cut? We will see. I'm ready for something. Whichever way it goes, I'll short a pop or I'll buy a dip. But there will be a lot of opportunity today. There will be a lot of opportunity. Yep, it'll be epic for sure. It will be epic. I think there will be a big range expansion move. I'm honestly just thinking of taking some out of the money zero DTEs on both sides of the trade. I'll see what they're priced at going into that meeting. But you know, if you take probably even a, I'll have to see. I'll see how we're trading into it. But you could probably make money by just taking both sides of the trade, I'm sure. All right, what is this? AI interface chip maker Grok raises 750 million to reach a 6.9 billion valuation. Okay. Look at this IONQ again. Again, there was news on IONQ. I'm hoping that it stays a little bit more firm at the highs here because I do think that there's a bit of a short setup on the back of that news headline today. All right, let's see. Ascent Solar Technologies has announced a strategic partnership with Defiance Space to pursue opportunities in the U.S. defense and national security sectors, combining Ascent Space proven solar technology with Defiance ability to develop and integrate mission-focused space solutions. So ticker ASTI, securing a little bit of a partnership today. And again, we have seen quite a bit of momentum in the actual space sector itself. So this news headline today on Ascent Solar, this one could actually be a bit of an intraday runner. This could be a bullish trade. Just understand, it's pretty speculative here with a small market cap. That's why it got sold into right away. But just keep this one on your radar. It was up about 60% or so in the pre-market, and it's given back quite a bit of it. So ASTI could be a momentum runner today, guys. Could be. Could be. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Ticker CWD. Yet again, what a crazy mover this has been. From the highs, getting sold into, gapping up yet again. Just be careful with this one. It is designed to take your money. It'll eat you up and spit you out. Another day where FIGR is doing well in the pre-market, up about 2.27% on the tape, continuing to show its strength. Very, very cool. Let's just see what else we got going on here. Wolf Speed is trying to make another little move here. Ticker WOLF. Range Resources seeing a bit of volume here in the pre-market. Interesting. CLVT, Clarivate PLC, that's seeing a bit of strength today, gapping up this morning. It's one of the top gainers in the NYSE. Let's see what else you got. So that's Wolf Speed. TME obviously doing very well this morning, also gapping up. BABA gapping up. Trying to break out of that bull flag. Zeekr Intelligent, ticker ZK. Right now it's trading with a market cap of 78.82 billion. Seeing quite a bit of volume here. Trying to gap up. Interesting. Look at some of the unusual volume trades again in the market. Manchester United, Man U reporting earnings. This stock is gapping down right now. Shit stock, shit soccer team. I always like to hate on them because my brother's a Manchester United fan. And his team sucks. Ever since they went public. Alright, what else we got going on here? Redwire, ticker RDW. That's gapping down a little bit. A little increase in volume at the lows there. SAN, Banco Santander seeing quite a bit of volume here in the pre-market. Interesting. NEO seeing quite a bit of volume in the pre-market as well. PGRE, that's under pressure this morning. Gapping down on the session. Interesting. UNRX seeing a nice gap up this morning, 1.32 million shares right now in the pre-market being traded. Market cap 201.74 million, gapping up. Let me just see what the news is on QRNX. QNRX, sorry. QNRX. So it's a pharmaceutical. Q on Pharmaceuticals appoints Sally Lawler as CFO. So is that it? Good morning, curveballs. No, that can't be the news. I don't know why that's moving, but it's moving. Not really seeing anything across the board, but it's moving. I guess it's part of that whole healthcare pharmaceutical technology. You got quite a bit of pharmaceuticals running on the back of SPRC. So SPRC running to the upside here. You got some sympathy plays, HIND. Again, these are all kind of your sympathies to that SPRC mover. So gapping up to the high side, QNRX is one. APRE is a sympathy play to that SciPark. So these are all of your biotech pharmaceuticals and therapeutics, all running in sympathy. ORCA, ORKA, also another one that's seeing a bit of a sympathy trade, gapping up to the high side, and then VANI. So those are all your sympathy traders to SciPark. Okay. I'll put that in the free chat. Interesting. All right. Let's see what else we got shaking and moving here. So right now the indices are slightly negative in the pre-market. You do have the small caps positive this session. 856. I'm just looking through some of my unusual volume suspects. AKTX, that's again another pharmaceutical play. We're seeing a lot of pharmaceuticals running here. And typically pharmaceuticals and biotech see interesting price action ahead of volatility events. And that's kind of what's living up to the name, at least in the pre-market. I've got quite a bit of headlines for pharmaceuticals this morning. Quite a bit. Sensor, Paragroup, okay, that's good. PGRE, Banco, Norfolk Southern. Just trying to find some meaningful volatility ones that we can trade. That's a decent amount of volume. 5.87 billion market cap for FCRX. Archer Aviation making it on the unusual volume list on the New York Stock Exchange. So ACHR right now is trading about 4.5 million shares, just over. It is flat on the session. 5.87 billion market cap. Centerpoint Energy, CMP, also making on the unusual volume for New York Stock Exchange. Up slightly. Cabins want to look at Prime and Beam. Sure thing. Yeah, we can take a peek at them. Let's start off with PRME. Prime Medicine, yeah, nice stunning breakout yesterday, seeing a gap up looking like it wants to squeeze and break out of this bull flag. I mean, that's a clinical gap fill retest bouncing off that EMA. I'm surprised I didn't see this one, to be honest. But yeah, that's a stunning breakout. It's got a lot of momentum. This one could absolutely run with the healthcare pharmaceutical strength that we're seeing today. So I would be, you're kind of running into this area. You're definitely looking like you're going to sweep this high pivot. First resistance I see is 754, so this is one that can be bought on pullbacks. Looking very strong. Nice find there. Nice find. BEAM. Let's look at BEAM. Yeah, another one that's also trying to break out. You got a nice little higher low. Breaking out to the high side. A daily chart breakout confirmation candle can be observed today. If you can get a daily chart close above this high today, then it's an easy straight shot to plus 27 before you hit a bigger resistance. But now you have this downsloping wedge pattern on the weekly that could potentially want to break out as well. Yeah, a lot of weekly chart momentum. Still has room to run. Yeah, they're both looking pretty solid there, Kevin. They're both looking very solid. Again, another one that can be bought on dips. All right, curveballs. I'm looking for an entry into the following tickers: AEVA, Duolingo, GitLabs, Giddy, Marvell, and/or Nvidia. They have low daily RSI buy ratings, low downside with high upside. So let's run through that list quickly. AEVA. Tricky chart. You are holding some technical support, backtesting this previous little breakout zone. So you had initial sell down, bounce into your EMA, sell off, retesting that EMA from a higher low. Not a bad chart. It could certainly bounce here. Let me just throw in some other moving averages. So you're trying to hold price structure above your 7 and 20. You did get the bullish crossover, nice back test. So yeah, this is potentially an entry right off of this area. And then your stop loss on this trade, if you're a aggressive trader, you stop out if you get a close below this pivot. So call it 1490-ish. If you want to give it a little bit more room to run, wait for a daily close below this impulse green candle. But not a bad area to try to stab it on the long side in anticipation of potentially a little bit of a move higher. The only problem is your RSI is still under that 50 level. Doesn't have that upside momentum on the daily. Weekly chart, you're right on the teetering knife edge here. Interesting. Did get that weekly golden cross a couple weeks ago, so that's a positive sign for AEVA. Have there been any recent headlines in this name? Let me just take a peek. So September 10th, AEVA unveils its EVE1V non-contact motion sensor. A leader in next generation sensing and perception systems today announced the introduction of the AEVA1, a high precision non-contact motion sensor with the potential to redefine industrial speed, length, and position measurement wherever traditional encoders and tactile sensors are used in manufacturing today. Built on AEVA's breakthrough frequency modulated continuous wave FMCW sensing technology, EVE1V delivers unmatched motion accuracy, repeatability, and reliability without ever touching the material. Interesting. So one that obviously if the economy holds steady, it could see a pretty big mover. Let's look at Duolingo. Yeah, Duolingo's under a lot of pressure today. This is a volatile stock. It's trying to carve out a bit of a base, right back down. Basically, I like Duolingo. You're into a big support range. You're testing that value area high. You've made a weekly chart reversal. This is a monthly chart support level, so it could sweep these areas, but it's really a monthly chart level that we're trading into. Duolingo's had a multi-month sell-off. You're on your 4th month of selling. You're retesting this little bit of a doji candle plus a monthly bullish engulfing candle. So There is a ton of support here, but just understand, I mean, they could easily take this down to call it 240 and then pop it back up. Very volatile stock down here while it tries to carve out a bit of a basing formation. I'm personally just accumulating common shares. GitLab's GTLB, also another strong chart right now that's trying to show its strength and continue its momentum. It is appearing like it's trying to break out of this little bit of a stage one basing formation. The true high pivot breakout is going to be getting a close above, call it this $54 level. But GTLB looking pretty strong from my perspective. You will have a little bit of resistance off of your 200 and 1 year moving average. But nevertheless, it is looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. So GitLab as well. On September 11th, Guggenheim initiated coverage on GitLab. So September 11th was really this candle here a few days ago, and they have announced a price target of $70. So again, I don't like chasing it off of upgrades or downgrade, but it's good to know where a major firm is kind of pricing this stock at, and obviously there's still quite a bit of potential upside, but I'd personally wait for the breakout. But if you're wanting to get long here, I mean, obviously you could still chop around in this region. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang says he's disappointed after report China has banned its AI chips. You know, I swear, I was going through the insider selling list yesterday, and who's been a major seller, over the last couple sessions in NVIDIA? Jensen Huang, the CEO. It's almost like he knew this was coming. He's been liquidating millions. Now, in the grand scheme, it's the amount of shares that he sold is minuscule to what he still holds, but he's been selling pretty sharply. So I mean, it's funny, right? He's disappointed. Of course, he's disappointed. He has to come out with a statement. Still the world's largest company. Um, but yeah, he's been selling. He's been selling. Don't let him fool you. He's been liquidating a lot of shares, and there's been a lot of insider sell transactions. A lot. All right, let's look at Giddy, GDDY. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. All right, so GoDaddy, latest headline was what, yesterday? GoDaddy Arrow Site Designer, a quick chat can create a live WordPress site in minutes. Interesting. Let's see, any sort of upgrades? All right, not too many headlines. There's been a few. Right, so GoDaddy shares float have risen 19.5% in the last report. The company has reported 5.3 million shares sold short, which is 5% of all regular shares that are available for trading. Based on its trading volume, it would take traders 1.74 days to cover their short positions on average. So there's a little bit of short interest in this name, about 5%, but it's pretty quick to cover. So if there were to be a short squeeze, within 2 days, the majority of those shares could be covered, which would give it this stock could pop very quickly, but likely also get sold into. Nevertheless, GoDaddy looks like it still could go lower. I would personally wait for a move back into the 130, 129 zone, or at least a double bottom retest. Momentum is to the downside. You're at a very big support level, but I don't think it's ready for a buy just yet. I mean, you could maybe float back up, but I think the chart still goes back to double bottom or even a little bit of a low sweep on GDDY. And finally, we'll look at Marvell for curveballs there. Yeah, Marvell is still looking positively well here, trying to break out of a bit of a bull flag pattern. Yesterday, it targeted and captured the 20-day moving average, little bit of resistance here. I would let it back test lower. This is a buy off of your 7-day or kind of yesterday's opening range low. You're probably going to set up for a bullish cross of the 7 and 20 over the next week or two. It's looking structurally a little bit better than what it was heading into it after this earnings gap up, but quietly making its way back up to the upside. So it's still looking pretty decent, I would say. Let me just see if there's any other sort of news on Marvell that's worth mentioning. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Okay. All right. Cabin is saying RKLB looking like shit. Yeah, it is. It is. It's a failed breakout on the daily, but this is a fundamental news that has failed the technical pattern. So it's you got to be careful, right? Um, basically, Rocket Labs is one that offered that debt offering yesterday, and let me be clear, I still like Rocket Labs. I'm looking for an entry into this position myself. But I think due to the failed technical breakout here, it needs to at minimum retest the bottom of this wedge pattern and maybe even a little bit lower. Again, a lot of stocks have just been absolutely ripping on the back of the market's just continuing to surge, right? So pretty much a rising tide lifts all boats here, and Rocket Lab's sort of the same one. But space stocks have been running. You just need to be a little bit cautious with some of these names. But yeah, Rocket Labs does look like shit. I'm hoping for at least a tap of the 50-day moving average, and then that could potentially start a position. I'm probably just going to look to accumulate some common shares, maybe about 5,000 worth, a small position, but just to get some exposure to the space race right now. I personally don't have any exposure at this point of time into the space game. We've just recently taken some short trades off of SATS, so we did have some short exposure, but I would be looking to accumulate some long exposure at some point. But we'll just give it some time. So Curveball's asking, so Marvell is the best choice so far? Well, between Marvell and I would say GTLB looking pretty good. But I think Marvell's into an area here that makes sense. I do like the company long term. It's going to be tough, I think, for the next 3 months to trade options on it, as it works through this previous thing. But I like common shares. I'd like common shares along Marvell. That's for sure. If you're going to trade options, at least give yourself, I would say, a year out. Um, but I like commons. It's a cheap enough equity that, 68 bucks a share down here. It would make sense to accumulate some commons, in my opinion. But yes, I do like the company. And then yeah, your what was it? AEVA. This is an interesting one. This is more speculative. Another one that you could trade common shares. Um, Interesting company. Interesting. We'll see how it wants to shape up. I mean, maybe it wants to have one more move back down to the low bound of the range, but getting ready for a potential breakout. You're starting to flatten out the 113, the 7, the 20, the 50 is still coming down hard, but that would be your next pop up to kind of slow this descent down the 50. So it's getting very close. Getting very close. But yeah, I do like AVA, potentially Duolingo, and Marvell. I would say GTLB also. I mean, all those stocks you mentioned look pretty decent. GTLB looking really good. The only one I don't like is Giddy right now, GDDY, for some reason. Chart's saying a little bit more downside. All right, let me just scroll through my master list here, guys. So WLDS getting smacked here. You do have your Dixie still trying to bounce a little bit. So yesterday I accumulated a pretty big day trade position in this UUP off of the 2713 level. I'm still holding that UUP. I'm looking for the market to still be a little bit defensive into this Fed meeting. I don't think we're going to get too much buy program. But right now, again, like I said, I'm still looking for this market to be a little bit defensive. So this is a ticker. This is basically going along the US dollar index. It's not a big mover. It's one that probably gives you 10 to 20 cents trade at the moment, but um, You're finally green on your BBAI short? Nice. Your Telegram account is banned? That's troublesome. What were you doing on there? That's not good. That's awful. That's awful, Kevin. Maybe, maybe. I've been banned off of Twitter for the last like 3 weeks. I can't get out. I've been messaging every day. I know. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I've been banned off of Twitter for the last 3 weeks, and it sucks. It freaking sucks. I haven't been able to make a post. BBI sinking right now? Yeah, coming in a little bit here. Still a strong stock, but definitely coming in. Definitely. All right, let me just see what else we got shaking and moving here, guys. So Wolfskeet, Smart Rant, back, local VTX, Clearbait. That's crazy. I've never experienced a ban on Telegram. Used on Friday and then opened it Monday and said I'm banned. That's weird. That's weird. That's super weird. I'm not too sure why. Let's keep scrolling through some setups here. Banned from Twitter from shorting Tesla. You know, I was actually long Tesla. I made a video a couple weeks back saying this is a buy down here. I went long Tesla off this daily 200. You know, I got shaken out. Uh, I didn't catch the majority this big impulse move. I caught, a little bit here. I made money on the trade, but I left a ton of money. I left more money on the table than I did, but I was preaching long Tesla. You go back to some of my YouTube videos and I was calling for Tesla bullish price target and it absolutely just rocketed. So I don't know why Elon's being dirty, but yeah, I've put in appeals to Twitter or X, I should say, but no, X didn't give me an explanation. No explanation. Maybe you had your VPN. No, yeah, that could be it. VPN. It seems like there's a lot of this weird stuff going on, but I've put in like 10 emails to support on Twitter and no response. They keep ignoring me. I don't know how long it takes for them to answer a freaking email. It's probably just going into one big giant bin of no one answering. Probably an AI program shadow banning me. But I have no idea. No idea why. No explanation. And it sucks because X is a powerful tool. I created a little burner account so I can still use it, but I mean, it's not the same. I've lost all of my contacts that I've built up over like the last 6 years. So good luck remembering everyone that you follow and I don't really want to post on a burner account or start from scratch, but yeah, they're so bad. I even advised against the Tesla put. Yeah, good thing, eh? Frig. Tesla's been a behemoth, right? I mean, absolutely. What's the market cap right now on Tesla? Let's just see. 1.36 trillion. Interesting. And we've satisfied target price one. Still have room to upside to this 435. I mean, Tesla can still move. And then obviously everyone is watching this spike higher here. I've definitely seen some flow coming in. End of the year, 500. I've seen quite a bit of flow, but we'll see how that wants to shape up. All right, let me just do something here. Oopsie there. Hmm. Hopefully they didn't log me out there, but YouTube's asking me to sign in again. That was weird. Oh, are you serious? Did the YouTube stream just go down? That's crazy. Hopefully the stream didn't go down there, but hopefully everyone's okay. That YouTube just made me re-sign in there. I thought I lost the stream. Seems like we're up and running still. The stream didn't cut out. Okay, good. All right, so 918 guys. Again, I do have some top watches on deck here. I do like IONQ for a potential scalp short here. The headline regarding them making another acquisition should be bearish. Again, I say it should. Obviously, stocks have a tendency to react in a way of their own. It is coming in from the pre-market high right now. Just keep in mind that I'm not going to be deploying really too much capital in the major indices. I think that there's way more opportunity later into the session. We do have some volatility around the Bank of Canada interest rate decision and then the 10:30 Bank of Canada press conference. It's obviously not as big as the Fed, but it can move the market. It can. See if there's any final headlines worth noting. Okay, nothing there. All right, I'm closing that down. Ethereum did turn positive there. Interesting. Let's go to our split screen here. How far do I think BBAI will fall? Well, honestly, I'm still bullish BBAI. Obviously, any sort of a big decline can hurt this stock, especially if the market comes under pressure. But I'm still bullish BBAI. I mean, really, you haven't built up much support on this breakout chart, so I would imagine that the simplest thing to do would be to just throw up this fib retrace. All right, so 578, that's a little bit of an aggressive support zone. And then if we go on this volume profile, let's just see where we're trading. Yeah, so 586, there's a decent amount of support. You can see your value, your point of control. You're currently below that, so that's going to be a big level. You watch on the 15-minute chart. Do you get any sort of closes below that? Um, but I don't expect this one to go too far. I still think that BBAI can make another high of day today, and then it becomes a little bit more of a better short setup intraday. So I'm expecting this dip on BBAI to likely get bought up. 578 is your first aggressive level. If they start to sell it off more, say on market weakness, then your OR high from yesterday, which is 564, okay? Those are kind of your two bigger levels. And let's just throw on some of our moving averages here. Take that away. Yeah, so this name could push up a little bit more. I think the dip probably gets bought up a little bit. All right, let me quickly scroll through. There was one ticker that just escaped my mind that I was thinking of trading, and I looked at it this morning. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. Just want to see anything else here. GDX struggling a little bit. Nvidia down 1.29%. BBAI down a couple. Duolingo struggling today. Lulu slightly green. Open slightly green. Bob up 2.5. Local ALAB, AVGO, SMR. That's pretty much that. Just doing a quick scroll through, making sure I'm not missing Tesla under quite a bit of pressure this morning, along with Nvidia. ASML under pressure. UPST seeing some strength. So again, small caps into the open here are green and the best performing indice so far in the pre-market. AI continuing to show a lot of biotechs and pharmaceuticals are running today. Auto, Jamia, SMCI down 1%. IMAB down. MSOS. Yeah, not a bad thing to do. I think it makes some sense to at least lock in some profit if you're in. At least put some break evens or lock in some profit if you're short BBAI. Another stock that's running here in the pre-market is FNGR, Finger Motion. That's up about 5% or so. Down 3.1 yesterday, up 5.13 today. Let's look at the daily chart real quick. So gapping up above your 7 and 20. This one could be a squeezer as well. I'm not too sure if there's news on it, but we'll keep a watch of that one. IQ's green, Chegg green, SOXX. Let's look at the COG, CGTX. That's the ticker. Also running in sympathy, up 6.83% today. Backtesting your 50, getting a little bit of a bid here. Interesting. Very interesting. Some coffee real quick, guys, and then we'll settle in for this open here. Okay. We will settle in for the open. Your dollar is seeing some downside pressure here in the pre-market, so that's coming under some distribution. Okay. Let's keep BBAI on watch and IONQ. Again, IONQ is a fading opportunity for me today. Okay, be right back. I'm just gonna grab some quick coffee. So there should be some crazy zero DTEs today. There should be. But later in the afternoon, I would think, much later in the afternoon. Nvidia getting hammered pretty hard here, and indices are green, so that's kind of showing some relative strength today. Quite interesting. Two minutes till the open, 2 minutes till the open. Intel negative, Walmart green, regionals are holding steady. That HSDT Ethereum Treasury play from yesterday, or sorry, the Solana Treasury play, under a bit of pressure this morning. That one's gapping down quite sharply. Look at IONQ again. Silver under a lot of pressure, down 1.5%. Steel stock still showing some strength. Wow, Lyft is up 15% today. How did I miss that puppy? Whoa. Lyft. What the hell happened to Lyft, guys? There must be news on Lyft. Interesting. Proposed sale by an officer. Was doing some work yesterday, and look at that move on Lyft. That is crazy. So the sale will probably go through today, but that is a high flyer. That one's probably going to get faded off of the open as well. You know what? I'll watch Lyft here on my other screen because it's shaking and moving. But that is a high value short target, I think. I really think that could come in. We'll see what happens there. Nvidia is still under pressure. Pre-market low 171. What is the news on Lyft real quick? Benchmark raises price target on, oh, that's IONQ. Pending legislation. Okay, so it's legislative news on Lyft. Interesting. Very interesting. BABA's still acting well. Nvidia gapping down. Dixie Green. Big Bear AI down 3.87%. LYFT coming in. Look at Lyft starting to come in pretty sharply here. Opens now turning negative again. Netflix holding on for dear life. Yep. Yep. Duolingo under pressure. Google still under pressure. Big sell candle there on Lyft initially. SPY still trying to press off of the open. S&P 500 catching some liquidity. You got Apple green, SoundHound green, NFE that's green. Nvidia still struggling but bouncing off the lows. BBAI down 4.63%. BABA starting to come in just a little bit from the highs. IONQ, I'm still looking at a short here on IONQ. Alright, so how I'm going to play this is a retrace off of this candle. I'm going to look to enter a short on IONQ. Lyft is still acting quite well. Oracle is coming under pressure. Nvidia right back down to the lows. Intel struggling today. Really, really struggling on Intel. Lyft is coming in sharply here. The market is seeing some top wick distribution. Mara down. Grab is down 5.7%. Ticker GRAB. Look at Lyft coming in hard, guys. So Grab is probably going to get bid up here. Let's look at RKLB real quick. Yeah, that one's starting to show a little bit of strength off of the lows. Trying to bounce. Oclo's turning green. BABA's still coming in. Nvidia's still struggling here. Let's look at this grab here. Micron's down on the session. Nuclear stocks are mixed on the session. WBD down. WDC finally seeing some downside price on Western Digital today. Alibaba looking pretty heavy, like it's starting to come in. Your S&P 500 is still slightly green. Tesla down 1.5, Meta negative, Google negative. Apple up half, Microsoft is slightly green, Nvidia down 1.5, Amazon down 0.5%. Russell 2000 pumping, Qs are weak today, S&P stronger than the Qs, and Russell stronger than everything today. Looking at WDC, that's a nice little decline coming into the picture. I like it a lot. Open Door, that's up 4% on the session. Trying to push. BBAI down 4.7. Trying to push. Alibaba has some top wick distribution. That's starting to look like it could be making a a green to red reversal. I'm still interested in shorting IONQ. Nvidia just made new lows on the session. My oh my. Snapchat still green, but under quite a bit of pressure. Alibaba starting to come in just a little bit. You got weakness in Broadcom, weakness in your semiconductors. Bitcoin is down 0.5%. US dollar index is still trying to push here. Push to the downside, I should say. Nat gas is still green. Crude oil is now moving to the green side. Interesting price VIX is being sold into so far. Broadcom still under a bit of pressure. Very cool. Very cool price action across the board. Nvidia just getting absolutely smoked. Let's look at AMD. AMD getting absolutely smoked. Semiconductors are not liking this China news, guys. We are seeing SOXS getting bid up here. All right. I'm very close to taking a fade here on IONQ, guys. I'm very close. I'm just going to go short common shares. If you're wanting to do options on IONQ, you could do $63 puts. I'm going to go half position short on IONQ. Let's look at that Russell 2000 because it's your stronger leading indice right now. So IWM is leading the charge. Wow, look at SPRC, guys. That's up 144% and ripping. Crazy, crazy mover. Crazy, crazy mover. At the highs of the session. Let's see if we can get an entry onto Lyft. Lyft is also strong on the back of regulation news. So I'm expecting Lyft to probably get a bounce intraday after it shakes off some of the selling. Interesting. Lyft is getting hit pretty hard here. All right, guys, I am short IONQ 64.40, 64.40, 64.40. Common shares short. This is a half position short. Half position short. It's risky, it's aggressive. 64.40 short IONQ. Qs are still struggling here. Nvidia really, really struggling. Let's look at some of the other sympathies in the quantum name. Rigetti still trying to push higher here. Interesting. Rigetti still acting well. Broadcom under a lot of pressure. Nvidia getting absolutely crushed here, guys. Look at Nvidia getting smoked to the downside. At some point, there's probably going to be a buy coming into that major gap fill for Nvidia. Tesla under quite a bit of pressure. That's down 2%. Bitcoin coming under pressure. This is all happening while the US dollar is falling here. Interesting. Tesla's starting to come in a little bit more here. Let's look at Lyft again. Lyft is coming in. How's Grab doing? GRAB. That's trying to bounce a little bit. RKLB. S&P 500 is still trading above 660, but seeing some top wick distribution. Qs are really struggling on the session here, guys. Your NASDAQ tech stocks are struggling. So we'll see if people start to sell this rip that's occurring on the IWM. You are coming into an aggressive short zone on the IWM. This is a short zone. Liquidity sweep of a reversal zone. Nice little decline there on IONQ. Come on. I want IONQ to go negative, guys. That is my TP1. I want IONQ to go negative. Come on. Take us down. TP1. Let's see some profit target off of that vicinity. Come on. That would be about a just over $2 gain. Look at the IWM still pumping here. Ripping to the upside. You've now had nuclear stocks go back to the negative side. Uranium down about 0.61%. US dollars absolutely cratering here. Nvidia down 2. Tesla down 2. Ticker Wolf is still squeezing. Big Bear AI, that's down 4% and falling here. BBAI trying to get bid up off of the lows though. Interesting. After taking profits on our SATS yesterday, that is seeing a nice little facelift off of the lows. Still have weakness across your semiconductors, guys. SOXX is not liking that China came out with that announcement regarding semis. Yet again, tightening up the trade tensions in semiconductor land. Nvidia is absolutely demolished today. Wow, Lyft is still up 10% on the session, getting a nice bounce. What's this IPM doing? That is absolutely moonshotting here. IPM is squeezing, coming in from the highs. CWD, that's been a crazy mover as well, coming in from the highs. Come on, IONQ, dump it. Go to gap fill. I will look to trim half my position at the gap, guys, and move stop loss. You can either put it in the money. I'll just keep a break even. But IONQ is coming in hard here. I'd like to make some money right off of the open. Come on, take us negative. Again, IONQ had a news headline regarding an acquisition, securing another 200 million in government contracts, but typically acquisitions are net dilution for a stock. So that's why I'm picking on this stock. Not only is it very extended on multiple time frames, but that acquisition news should be a dilution sell side trigger in the near term. Doesn't mean the company's going under or anything. It's just a technical trade. Come on, IONQ. Pump it. I want my $2 per share here. Come on. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Looking to take some profits on IONQ very shortly. Come on. CWD coming in. Let's look at Mr. Nvidia. No love for Nvidia yet. Your S&P 500 is starting to come in pretty sharply, ladies and gents. Take a look at that SPY getting rejected off that OR high, starting to come in. Quite a bit of sell side signal hitting the tape. Looking at this EXEL, that is showing some strength today. Again, you're seeing quite a big bid in your pharmaceuticals. Healthcare stocks are lively this morning. What else we got? Snapchat still doing wonderful things today. Marvell still up nicely on the session. Clorox, some defensive names are certainly making a move. Look at Marvell going for a high of day breakout. What a beast. Ethereum still negative. Chipotle Mexican Grill showing some strength here. S&P 500 is trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Crazy moves across the board. Nvidia and mega cap tech are under a lot of pressure this morning. Quite a bit of pressure. China stocks are still hanging in there, but BABA's showing some near-term distribution signs. Broadcom down a couple percent. Oracle down 1.71%. Nuclear stocks are getting sold into just a little bit more here. AMD, that is still weak on the session. Apple right now holding steady and punching to the high side, trying to shrug off some of the semiconductor selling. All mega caps are negative except for Apple. Nvidia and Tesla are leading the charge to the downside. This is why the Qs are super weak. Your NASDAQ tech heavy sector is your weakest indice on the tape. IWM is absolutely loving this, up about 0.5%, but seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Nvidia going for new lows on the session. S&P 500 still falling here. Wow, Open Door Technology up 4. Lyft is still up 9.7. Grab is down 5. BBAI down 3.7, but bouncing off of the lows. Yep, we covered that in the morning session as well, Ram. I did see that update, but we were covering that in the morning. Lululemon doing quite well today. So retailers are seeing some strength and continuation. Again, you did have strong retail numbers yesterday. Yesterday, retail stocks sold off, and today they're actually seeing some strength. You look at Lululemon breaking out to the high side. You look at retail stocks in the IWM, XRT breaking out to the high side here, showing some strength. You look at Victoria's Secret. I actually don't know what it's doing. A little bit of mixed price action, but positive on the session. I did see VFC, another name that is trying to break out to the high side. So you're seeing quite a bit of strength creeping back into some of these retail stocks, showing some near-term strength. Very, very positive price action in the near term. All right, Lyft is still up 9.76, holding quite a bit of gains here on LYFT. It is heavy off of the highs, new regulations supporting higher price action for the stock. It is trying to push a little bit more. Nvidia is still down 2.3, Archer Aviation down. PayPal seeing some strength today. Nat Gas stocks seeing some strength. Snapchat and Marvell strong. So certain semiconductors are really lagging materially while others are showing and liking the fact that there's some distribution out of Nvidia, out of Broadcom, out of AVGO. It's really your big semiconductor stocks that are seeing sell side pressure. All right, your IWM has been strong, but it is getting sold into a little bit here. Your S&P 500 and NASDAQ are negative. Nvidia just made new lows. Apple and Google are now positive. Your only mega caps that are positive, but your S&P 500 getting quite a bit heavier here. Let's see if we're going to have a de-risking event ahead of the Fed. We do have some data coming out at 10:30. Well, it's not really data, but it's a press conference. So you have the Bank of Canada press conference, interest rate press conference starting at 10:30. Okay, so we'll see how that wants to shake up the event. It can be market moving, not as big as the Fed at 2, but it can be market moving with Governor Matt Clem set to speak shortly. The Bank of Canada interest rate decision is set to come out very shortly in about 1 minute here. Bank of Canada cuts rates by 0.25%, guys. So 25 basis point cut by the Bank of Canada likely means that the Fed is also cutting 25 bips. So Bank of Canada cuts rates by 25 bits in line with market expectations. Beautiful. And we'll see if these interest rates become a buy the rumor, sell the news. Your dollar is trying to firm up a little bit here. Nvidia still down 2.5. ASTI, let me look at this ASTI. That was one that I was looking at in the pre-market. Is there an entry? Uh, that was the one that I was actually looking. Had a huge spike intraday, getting a little bit of news. Come on, IONQ, I want to take some profits. Get to gap fill. You know, the probably should be taking some profits here, but I'm going to be greedy, guys. Just going to monitor that IONQ short with a break even. We're deep in the money on it. Nicely off that 64.40 zone. That was our top day trade setup of the session. Open door, that's doing really, really well right now. Oklo starting to come in, so nuclear stocks are seeing a bit of sell side pressure off of the highs. Let's look at SMR. SMR is still coming in. All right, so your Qs are still weak. Nvidia is trying to find a little bit of support here, though, around that 170.31. We'll see if other mega caps. Google has flipped back to the negative side now, so you're still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure hitting the tape in this markets. IWM is still up 0.5%, trying to hold on to the majority of its gains. Broadcom AVGO, that's down 2.12%. Interesting. Tesla's trying to catch a bit of a bid. Look at the buy program coming into BBAI. That's only down about 2.69%, getting a really big bid off of the lows. Is Grab going to catch a bid off of the lows? Let's see. That is into an interesting area. You're doing a liquidity sweep of this previous consolidation zone. Grab is not a bad area, down 5%. Just understand there were a couple downgrades for Grab today, but the daily chart is still holding technical momentum. It's an aggressive long level here on Grab. If you're wanting to take it, you are seeing a nice bid in the S&P 500 right now. That is starting to catch a decent size bid. Uh, Lyft is back up 12.2%. Wow, Lyft is beast. Lyft is beasting here. Right back up. Uber, let's see what Uber's doing. It's running. No, Uber getting creamed here to the downside. Lyft is eating Uber's lunch today on the back of that new regulation. Wow, look at that. Crazy, crazy move, eh? Very crazy. All right, let's see some of these other quantum names. Wow, QBETS absolutely ripping, kind of diverging from IONQ just a little bit. We'll see if that wants to lift. Rigetti pumping here, also kind of diverging from what IONQ is doing. So you have a little bit more participation from other quantum names, but Rigetti pumping at a new high there. Crazy, crazy, crazy. IONQ is still up 1.5%, but I am expecting the stock to go negative. Come on. Take us negative, IONQ. Take us negative. All right, pretty big bid in the markets. Your S&P 500 just had a fat candle to the upside, taking it positive on the session. So really, really strong move there. Your S&P 500 seeing a monster candle back up. Same thing with your IWM, seeing a fat candle to the upside. They're pumping and giving this market a nice facelift. Nvidia, Tesla seeing big bids. You still have all mega caps red except for Apple. Apple Dapple showing some strength today. Look at the S&P 500 maintaining an opening range low of 659.76. Big bounce there on the S&P 500. Really solid bounce. All right, let's see what else is happening here. Nat gas is still pumping up 1.3%. Ooh, Nat gas is actually into a short zone, guys. Nat gas is into a short zone. It's risky because Nat gas typically rallies, but I'm going to look at taking a position in cold here, guys. KOLD. Come on, give me a little bit lower retest. I am interested in taking a position here in cold, guys. I repeat. Come on, give me a little bit lower, cold. Give me a little bit lower. Come on in. Nat gas is still trying to move here. All right, I took a starter, 33.45, guys. 33.45 in cold. 33.45 in cold. This is a starter position. It is a 1/3 position. I will add basically every 40 to 45 cents lower. All right, so I'm shorting Nat gas at the moment. Starter position in cold. IONQ trying to pump. S&P 500 still acting somewhat well here. Trying to make a move to the upside. Nat gas still testing its pre-market high levels. Your dollar index is trying to catch a bit of a bid here, ladies and gents. S&P 500 still acting quite well. Still positive on the session. Does have a little bit of sell side top wicks on their smaller 1-minute time frames, but trying to make a move to the upside. IONQ catching a fat candle. Remember, I only have a half position short IONQ. I will look to add to this position if it went to about 65.30 would be my next entry on that position. My second add. Let's see if cold and nat gas can see a bit of sell side pressure. Let's look at this natural gas. Natural gas is still acting quite well on the session. You still have strength in this market creeping back in. Mega cap tech is seeing a nice bid. Your Dixie is still positive, up by about 0.1%, barely positive. VIX is down 2, 2-year yield green, 10-year yield negative, gold down 0.3, Bitcoin down 0.6, Dow's green, SPY's green, Q's are red, IWM strong, up 0.77% on the Russell. Very strong price action on IWM today. That is your leading indice rallying on the back of potential rate cuts. So Bank of Canada did lead the charge in the rate cutting cycle. 25 bips on deck, exactly what the market was expecting. So expect the Fed to only cut 25 bips. That was the overwhelming majority expectations heading into this meeting. All right, natural gas is still trying to hold steady here. IWM is into a great short zone. RAM, yep, 247 is a value area high. You're sweeping a major pivot on the Russell 2000, so there is a potential short zone, but it does look like they want to maybe try to push it for the gap fill. You know, they're absolutely ripping it, but definitely an interesting short scalp zone here. It could work out for sure. Pivot high sweep. This purple dotted line, 240.07, is a value area. I personally would wait for gap fill, but you are into an interesting area there for sure. IWM is pushing. Yep, yep. It's interesting. We'll see if it becomes a buy the rumor, sell the news, right? Just understand the market already knew that we're getting 25 bips. So smart investors have been rallying and pushing this market higher and higher and higher for quite a long time here. So just recognize usually at big market news events or macro events, smart money does have a tendency to sell. We will obviously find out in a couple hours what is set to happen. IO and Q trying to push. Nat Gas still acting well. A little bit more stocks are turning green. You still have your mega cap tech under pressure, but Google's green, Apple's green. Qs are trying to turn the corner and go green. Pretty fat candle on Nvidia, trying to push it back up here above 170, 150. IONQ getting a really big bid here to the upside. Netflix is now up 0.94%. You got Tesla still down 1.4, Meta down, Microsoft, Nvidia still down on the session. Lyft is still up 12. Big Bear AI only down 2 now. Grab is seeing a bid. Everything is seeing a bit of a bid here. Your US dollar is still under pressure. Wow, WLDS, Wilds is down 12.3%. AVGO still struggling. BABA up 2.3. RAM is up 1% on his puts. Good stuff. Quantum QBTS up 5.8. IONQ right back to the highs. I still remain short, even though the markets are absolutely trying to make a bullish reversal to the upside. Nvidia is still under a little bit of pressure, down 2%, but rebounding off of the lows quite sharply here. Quite impressive price action here in the overall market. S&P 500 still trying to trend. Your Russell 2000 seeing a little bit of sell side pressure off that 240 zone. Still seeing the Russell 2000 coming in off that 240 level slightly. IONQ still holding steady. Just be careful. They could chop this market around for quite a long time here. The bigger move will likely come into that 2 o'clock time frame, ladies and gents. So I don't know what they're going to do for the indices throughout the rest of the day, but just understand if you're trading options, it's very risky and they could just absolutely burn all of your theta. So just understand that. But so far, IONQ pushing right back up. Nat Gas is still trying to push. You have quite a bit of stocks turning green. Names like Micron back to the green side. Name like Google, green. Amazon, Nvidia, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla are still struggling, but Tesla has bounced off of the lows quite nicely. A little bit of top wick distribution hitting SPY and the Russell. SPY right now is slightly green. Qs are slightly red. IWM is still your standout indice leading the charge right now. Rams out of his puts, scalping it like a boss. Lululemon's still doing quite well today. Oracle down 1.81%. BBAI catching a little bit of a bid. China stocks are still acting extremely well. China names are still squeezing to the upside here. What else we got going on here? Nat Gas Equity still doing well. Snapchat Marvell doing extremely well. Ethereum trying to go positive on the tape. Nat Gas is still up 1.3% and trying to squeeze. Bitcoin still underperforming Ethereum today. Bitcoin is down 0.6%. Your S&P 500 is seeing some top wick distribution while the IWM is trying to push for new highs. SOX is going to dump to 572 to 536. Interesting observation. S&P 500 is under quite a bit of pressure right now. Let's take a peek. Your IWM though is just ripping here. So they are piling into small caps and absolutely dumping the S&P 500 stocks. Quite interesting. Quite interesting for sure. All right, Nat Gas is seeing a little bit of distribution off the 335 zone. S&P 500, look at that move. Other quantum names like QBTS Rigetti are pumping. Ticker Wolf is up 8.1. Grab is still down 4.6. BBAI down 2. BitF up 1.2. CWD up 23. Lyft is up 13.4. NEO up 4. Nvidia down 2. Open up 11. Crazy moves. Crazy moves. IWM is getting very, very extended here intraday. They are continuing to squeeze this bad boy. Are they wanting to push IWM to new highs on the session? I mean, look at that monster candle. The S&P is going in the exact opposite direction as the IWM. I will take a short trade on IWM into this gap fill. I'll do a half position. Gap fill and high pivot liquidity sweep, guys. I will do a short on the Russell into this vicinity here, 240.75 to 241. I will definitely scalp that short. I will enter some 0 DTE put options. So let's see if they want to sell IONQ back down. I still remain short IONQ. S&P 500 is getting heavier here. You're seeing quite a bit of sell side pressure hitting the SPY and Qs yet again. IWM, come on, push up there. I'd love to short IWM. Right now it's still acting extremely well on the tape. Your dollar index is trying to create a little bit of a higher low, but it's gotten faded from its high consolidation range. Come on, IONQ. Dump it. Dump it. Go back to the negative side. You're extended. KOLD, I'm still long cold, still short IONQ. Looking at a fading opportunity in Russell small caps. Your S&P 500 is still curling down, but chopping in a very tight range. Your NASDAQ QQQ still getting sold into here. Look at the Qs going through a choppy session here. Triggering a head and shoulders here on the 15-minute chart for your NASDAQ tech heavy sector. Downside target, rough calculation, gives us a move right back down to this previous gap low pivot. Alright, so that has triggered. Likely says more downside prices to occur. We will see if they want to keep dumping us here in the overall market. But your NASDAQ is coming under immense pressure here while your S&P, while your IWM is still holding technical structure. Single distribution. Nvidia going for another wave of sellings. S&P 500 SPY under 660, testing 659.69, looking for a 10-minute opening range breakdown. All right, guys, we are seeing the market still under quite a bit of pressure. IWM is just saying not small caps. Small caps are eating up this low interest rate liquidity. Banks cutting, S&P negative, Qs negative, small caps are up 0.92%. Huge divergence in small cap land. Look at them sell IONQ. Come on, dump it to the negative side. Nat gas is starting to come under pressure, guys. Come on. Come on, push IDO a little bit higher. I want to short it. Oh, SPY is breaking down, guys. S&P 500 getting heavy here. QQQ getting heavy. Qs are breaking down. Your S&P 500 is breaking down. New lows. Come on, IONQ. Pay me my money. Natural gas starting to curl to the downside. Big drop there. Big drop there in SPY. SPY breaking down. IWM getting slightly rejected off of the highs here. Your dollar index is still trying to firm up here. Tesla still down 1.4. Nvidia down 2.4. Nasty, nasty price action. Come on, take IONQ negative. How strong can they keep this stock? Take it down. AVGO, look at Broadcom just getting slaughtered today, guys. AVGO coming in hard. There was some insider selling that I was observing on Broadcom yesterday, but now you have Broadcom sweeping that pivot low into its gap window zone here. Let's see if that's a magnet down to its gap here for Broadcom. That is filthy, guys. That is filthy. Gap fill takes us all the way down to 336 and change. That is just nasty for Broadcom in the near term. All right, now we have our KOLD starting to try to perk up here. Come on, cold. Nat gas is starting to curl to the downside. IWM is still holding steady here at the highs. Really no sort of sell side pressure. Oracle down 2.36% and dumping here. WBD down 1%. OCO just turned back to the negative side. Little bit of distribution hitting China as your dollar's starting to firm up here, guys. Your US dollar catching a little bit of a bid. IONQ still up 1.85%, but I'm expecting it to go negative here. Your S&P 500 is still seeing some distribution here. Yeah, SPY looks like it wants new lows for sure. Breaking that 10-minute opening range low. Prior day low sits at 659.20 off of that 10-minute EMA. That would be a liquidity sweep. Prior day low, 10-minute EMA 113. There will be some support there. It looks like SPY wants to target that vicinity. You do have Nvidia trying to be defended off of the 170.50 zone, but SPY's still looking heavy here. Google down 0.19, Meta down 1, Tesla down 1.31, Amazon getting sold into, that's down 1.26%. Come on down. Snapchat still strong, Lyft still strong, Neo still strong, Open still strong, New Fortress Energy still strong, SPRC still up 191%, QBTS, quantum-based name, still strong, up 7.7, Rigetti up 4. So we're picking on the weaker quantum name today, which is IONQ. You have sympathy trades running in Rigetti and QBTS today. It's just absolutely flying here. And honestly, this might be even a swing short level. It's an aggressive swing on IONQ, but it's had a parabolic move here. So I'm expecting IONQ to really, really come in sharply. Really, I mean, I think it could even pull back to 47.90. Not today, but look at them dump SPY here. Absolutely filthy move down on the S&P 500. IWM is dumping, your SPY is dumping here. Everything is being sold into here. Nvidia trying to stabilize. IWM is still holding 240 at that value area high. Your US dollar is trying to firm up here. Nasty little sell candle in the S&P 500. We are looking pretty heavy so far. Pretty heavy. Alibaba seeing some top wick distribution. Your US dollar is trying to catch a bit of a bid. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Nasty move. Tesla down 1.6 again. You have Microsoft starting to get heavier. IONQ, come on, get me to gap fill. I'll trim half the position and move stops to break even. Still riding this IONQ short. Look at SPY coming into prior day low like a heavy, heavy beast. You look at QQQ, it's down even worse right now. It's doing a liquidity sweep of the low, bashing into that 10-minute EMA 113. This is what the S&P 500 is slowly starting to approach. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy move today. Nvidia is still struggling, but trying to hold that 170.86 level on Nvidia. PayPal still doing well. Big bounce on your S&P 500. They're not wanting to take it too low here, but we'll see. Are they going to reclose this candle back inside that OR low? It's got about 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on that 10-minute candle. Let's look at the 15-minute candle. Your 15-minute candle has about 7 minutes left. So your S&P 500 IWM is still a beast right now, absolutely squeezing to the upside here. Just every dip is being accumulated with full force in your Russell 2000. Absolute monster. Looks like the IWM wants to go for that potential gap fill high of day sweep. Your S&P 500 is still diverging, guys. Still diverging. I have a big short level on the Russell, but it's a little bit higher. Come on, IONQ, take me to gap. Take me to gap. IONQ did make a new low of day. Again, guys, TP1 is coming into target. Come on. Pay me, pay me, pay me, pay me. Pay me. Come on. SPY's still heavy here. Nat gas still acting well, trying to push up. Come on, IONQ. Dump it into that gap fill. Come on. You know you want to. QBTS still strong. Rigetti coming in from the highs. Your US dollar is getting faded here. Big sell on the US dollar. Hard 5-minute reversal candle that could help the S&P. Come on, take us down. There's an aggressive buy level here on SPY for a bit of a day trade bounce. It's aggressive. Let it pierce the prior day low. It's aggressive, just understand that, but that is a little bit of a technical scalp long level for your S&P 500. Come on, Rigetti. I want that TP1 target. Punch it down. Lift is still up 13.97%. Open is still up 10. Tesla down 1.6. Nvidia down 2.2. BBAI down 2. Snapchat still trying to push. Trying to confirm a daily chart breakout. IWM still looking strong. Trying to move to the upside. Come on. Come on, IONQ. Give it up. Give it up. Western Digital still down 1.67%. Warner Bros. Discovery down 0.38%. Ethereum holding 4,500 down 0.3. Uranium slightly negative on the session. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Gold is slightly negative down 0.22. WTI crude slightly green. Nat gas up 1.92. QQQ still leading the charge to the downside here. Negative on the tape with SPY. IWM is still up 0.85% and looking for another high of day push here. Still holding really strong price action on your Russell 2000. All right, your US dollar making a little bit of a new 5-minute low there. Going for a potential new low of day. Crazy. IWM looking like it's trying to push back up. Netflix is strong on the session. Again, you do have your US dollar trying to break down here intraday, looking for an opening range low. Look at the Russell 2000, still near the highs of the session. Hasn't really given much movement to the downside just yet. Still looking pretty strong, like it wants to push. Your S&P 500 looking a little bit weaker. Same thing with your NASDAQ QQQ. Looking a little bit weaker here. I want the Russell to push a little bit more. I have a really high probabilistic short setup. QQQ still trying to hold that 10-minute EMA. Come on. Again, your bearish target on the Qs since this head and shoulders triggered is all the way down here. Head and shoulders TP takes us to about 588. All right, now we're seeing natural gas starting to curl to the downside. So what is that doing? That's helping our cold. KOLD, we're up about 15 cents a share here. I want cold to absolutely pump here. I think that nat gas is probably going to go back to the negative side, guys. Nat gas is extended in this region. Why is my chart so slow right now? Come on. IWM seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Come on, take nat gas negative here. Take IONQ down to target. IWM is getting heavier itself, guys. We are seeing the Russell coming in from the high a little bit. S&P 500 trying to go for another new low of day. Still trading above that prior day low. Prior day low on the S&P is 659.21. We're about 13 cents away from tapping prior day low. IONQ trying to bounce off of its OR low. Still expected to go down to the negative side. Your S&P 500 still looking pretty weak here, coming into that PDL zone. Again, there is an aggressive long level on SPY. I'm not personally going to take it, but there is an aggressive level there coming into play. Your IWM is starting to get a little bit heavier here now. So we're seeing the Russell trying to retest that 240 zone. Again, the Russell has been your stronger indice throughout the whole session, holding the majority of its gains and building on top of them, whereas SPY has been under immense pressure. China stocks still acting extremely well. Baba Neo pushing, Tencent Music, positive price. Open is still up 10% or so. SMR coming in, Oklo coming in, WDC coming in. All your mega caps are still negative except for Apple. All right, your US dollar trying to catch a little bit of a bid off of the lows. That could influence the markets in a negative way here. We'll see what happens. Come on, IONQ. I want you to hit that TP1 and I will take profits on half of my common shares short. I have 300 shares short IONQ off that 6440 level. Tesla's still down 1.5. Meta trying to bounce off the lows. Nvidia putting in a little bit of an intraday bear flag, down 2.4%. Netflix is pumping. JP Morgan strong. Lilly strong. Nat gas still curling to the downside. IWM now curling down a little bit. QQQ still the lagging indice, down 0.22%. SPY down 0.9%. Bitcoin down 0.5%. 2-year yield green, 10-year yield negative. Gold catching a bit of a bid, but still slightly negative. IONQ is just a stubborn stock right now. So stubborn. Let's look at LYFT here. Lift is still looking like it wants to press for the highs, but it's really dependent on what is this Russell going to do here. Is the Russell going to come in pretty hard, or are we going to get one more pump higher on the Russell? There's still a suggestion that we could go a little bit higher, but the Russell's had a phenomenal rally here into a major vol event, so it's extremely aggressive price action in small caps. Extremely. Nat gas stock still holding well. Let's look at UNH today. So UNH and healthcare stocks. UNH right now is just trying to carve out a little bit of an intraday bottom, slightly green. You have CNC trying to show some strength today. Interesting. Let's look at this SPRC. That name's starting to come in, but still acting quite well. Look at Marvell today. So nice job, curveballs. I know you were long Marvell. Look at that pump on MRVL. Just a complete beautiful bull flag continuation breakout. Marvell is loving life right now. That is absolutely crazy, eh? That is crazy. What a push on Marvell. That is a monster push. That's a strong candle to the upside on Marvell. Snapchat as well, guys. I've been pounding the table on that. I still like Snapchat. I would love to see it confirm its daily chart breakout. I am bullish Snapchat into 2026. I think it makes a lot of sense down here. You're starting to see, I think from a fundamental standpoint, Snapchat is probably going to have a lot of their ad revenue start to pay off. They've been pumping ads, targeted advertisements, new AI features across their platform. Snapchat, I think, is making a lot of sense down here. And maybe even we see a buyout. Maybe with interest rates coming in, we see Snapchat get bought out by a bigger player at some point. All right, guys, we are seeing the Russell 2000 testing that 240 level coming in quite sharply here. Still holding around that value area high, still above its opening range high. So this is an aggressive long level on the Russell coming into play, or high retest is where the bulls should try to defend price action before pushing it higher. I'm not personally trading it long because this market is designed intraday today to try to take your capital overshoot levels. I'm waiting for FOMC to trade the major indices. S&P 500 did make a little bit of a new low there, and we did see SPY tap that prior day low and that 10-minute chart EMA 113. So Why this is a good long level, a couple reasons. You have quite a few technical factors sitting here. Obviously, the S&P is in a bit of an intraday downtrend, but you saw that massive wick up. When the Qs pretty much tapped that 10-minute chart EMA 113, it saw a really initial strong bounce off of that level. So will SPY react the same way? That's kind of what I'm expecting, at least in the near term. We will see if it can muster up some strength. The US dollar is selling off here, so that should be helpful for the S&P to bounce here. Again, I'm not really trading it. If we got a bigger decline, I would look for certainly a long level, but it's an aggressive level on SPY for sure. There is an aggressive trade on SPY there. It's certainly interesting. Long zone. It could work out. IONQ is coming into TP1 still. I've been so patient with this name. I've been so patient. SPY new lows just getting absolutely hammered while the Russell's still maintaining positive price structure. Nvidia going through another wave of selling. Come on, IONQ. Coming into target price here, guys. Come on down, IONQ. Come on down, IONQ. So close. So close. Come on, TP1. Knife it into that gap. Knife it into that gap, IONQ. Come on, we're coming into target, guys. We're coming into closing our first winner of the session here. A nice short zone up over 3% so far. Beautiful. There it is, guys. That is the tap. That is the tap of the gap fill there, guys. Again, I did trim half of my IO and Q into that gap fill. I'm going to move my stop loss to in the money. My stop loss on this trade is going to be 64 bucks. Beautiful little win there, guys, on IONQ. That was a nice, easy trade. Making some money in the morning. Please hit that like button. That was our A plus setup. Beautiful job on IONQ if you caught that with us. Excellent job. That was a pretty easy one. That was a pretty easy one. So now I just want nat gas to fall here. So IONQ, believe it or not, IONQ could come down today all the way to, it just briefly went negative, but a really decent retrace level. If we simply take this impulse candle bar, IONQ still could come down to 60.54 today. But a nice potential reversal candle on IONQ shaping up today. Again, I took a nice chunk of profits off the table on that short trade. Let's see if natural gas now can start to come in. It's still acting quite well, Natty. Nat gas is still holding technical structure, but I do think that we should still see a bit of a de-risking event here into that FOMC timeframe. You do have the Bank of Canada press conference, guys, starting in roughly, what, 9 minutes here. You have crude oil inventories in 9 minutes. So we'll see. In terms of the housing data that came out this morning, building permits saw a bit of a decline. Housing starts also saw a bit of a decline, so showing a little bit of material weakness in the housing market. Kind of interesting to me. Looking at our Russell 2000, that is still holding technical strength but softening just a little bit off of the highs. Your US dollar is still knifing lower here, guys. Oh my goodness, that US dollar is knifing lower here. Look at that Dixie chart coming in hot and heavy. Crazy, crazy. Nvidia's still looking like a little bit of bearish flag pattern. IONQ still coming in hot. Look at this US dollar. It is getting heavy here. Yet again, breaking that opening range low. If we look at gold, gold has firmed up off of the lows. Starting to come in. Let's look at lift again. LYFT. I wouldn't be surprised. If you're wanting to short lift here, it's aggressive using kind of a 10-minute close above that high pivot reversal. Again, it's a momentum trade. It's aggressive short, but it could work out, especially if the markets continue to go through its downside distribution here. Looking at other quantum names, names like Rigetti. Rigetti also probably going to come in sharply with IONQ here. IONQ is now negative on the session by 0.5% and still has quite a bit of downside. Look at that reversal on IONQ. Let's look at QBTS. So they are starting to sell quantum names, and granted, they're super extended, guys. Super. Obviously, I'm expecting the markets to kind of stabilize at some point. I'd be shocked if we don't see the markets try to recapture some of these gains and kind of take us into a little bit of a, I guess, a fair value zone. Tempest AI, that's still acting well. Your S&P 500 is still trickling, hovering right on that 10-minute chart support, guys. Right on that 10-minute EMA prior day low, still just hovering there. Your US dollar, though, making new lows on the session. Well, actually, no, it's not new lows on the session, but coming in hot and heavy on that US dollar index, guys. That Dixie is falling sharply to the downside right now. Really, really sharply. Rigetti almost negative. BMNR coming in hot. Tesla down 1.6. Snapchat still up 2.26. Are we going to flush into this gap fill ahead of FOMC? Time will tell. All right, guys, so a big event that is approaching is also crude oil inventories, okay? So crude oil inventories can be a market moving event. Why do I say that? Well, crude has made a bullish reversal going from red to green intraday, and crude oil has triggered an inverse head and shoulders on the 4-hour chart. So crude oil inventories in 6 minutes, if this gets a fat candle to the upside, we could have a really sharp red bar down on S&P 500 and NASDAQ. So remember, the S&P has a little bit more Dow components, transport stocks, compared to your IWM and Qs. So if crude oil inventories start to come in hot and heavy, that could be pretty detrimental to the market. The expectation is for, what is it? Let me just pull up the number here. 1.4 million in crude. We'll see what that comes in at. But crude oil inventories, 4 minutes to go, 5 minutes to go in crude. We'll see what happens. I'm still short nat gas. Look at this IWM, guys. IWM is just showing relentless strength. Relentless. Look at that. Crazy. Crazy. That is crazy. I mean, still holding KOLD, which it's trying to firm up here, guys. I'm long KOLD off of the 33.55 zone. I still think nat gas can go negative today. IONQ staging a little bit of a bounce. Western Digital, WDC, starting to get even heavier here, like it wants to take out the lows, guys. WDC finally seeing some downside. You look at Nvidia. Nvidia looks so heavy here, like it wants to see some more downside. Tesla starting to get even heavier now, seeing some downside. China stocks are still holding. Broadcom under pressure. What else we got shaking and moving? US dollar still seeing some downside. Marvell and Snapchat are beasts right now. MRVL. Let's look at Marvell again. Crazy price action today. Really weird. Marvell's starting to come in a little bit. Let's look at Snowflake here real quick. Snowflake, another day where it is seeing some downside pressure. MongoDB down a little bit on the session. Snowflake's an interesting one. It's getting close to a swing trade again. I think that you keep Snowflake on your radar for a potential long. It's getting close, getting very, very close, I think, for another continuation move to the upside. Obviously, it had stellar earnings. Um, but yeah, under pressure. All right, ticker LYFT still holding technical strength at the highs. I'm tempted to short lift. I'm very tempted. Let me just look at the weekly chart resistance. Give me a sec here. Nvidia is still looking heavy here, like it wants new lows on the tape. Crazy, crazy. And you know what I haven't looked at? I haven't looked at Hims and Oscar today. Let me see what they're doing. But so this officer's proposed sale of 8.17 million shares at a cost basis of $20.44. That was a proposed sale yesterday, so there's a likely chance that it could go through today, which would get them an even better exit on lift here, which is why I'm considering shorting it as well. All right, nat gas is starting to get heavy, guys. Look at cold. Cold is starting to push. I want to see nat gas go negative. I want to see cold go positive, guys. Nat gas is getting heavy here on my heart. IWM seeing some strength. Nvidia going for new lows, guys. Nvidia selling off sharply here. Holy moly. Nvidia just made new lows on the session. Look at the distribution in your semiconductors today. Things are getting walloped today. Look at this downside price action. Interestingly enough, Micron is still holding steady today. Look at the complete disaster price action in the Qs today. We're only down 0.34%, and it seems like we've had so much selling in the Qs already. New lows on your NASDAQ. What does that mean for SPY? That means SPY's probably also going to break this area and test the lows. IWM is still just absolutely a beast today, holding steady. The short trade has been on your QQQ. Semiconductor stocks have just been absolutely filthy to the downside. Looking at IONQ again, IONQ looks like it wants new lows itself. IONQ looks like at minimum, guys, at minimum, IONQ is going to go for a liquidity sweep of this low. That is our big winner on the session. Still printing some profits. That was our A plus setup in the pre-market. Touch base on that quite a number of times. IWM is still holding steady. Can we see more downside? Alibaba is starting to get a little bit heavier here. So you have Baba that's been strong all session. I think Baba's probably has a chance of going negative today. Let's look at TME. TME has a chance, I think, of going negative today. Huge wick down. NIO, I think, has a strong chance of going negative today. Dixie still weak on the session, still holding slightly positive, but it has started to come in quite sharply on your US dollar. Trying to put in a little bit of a 10-minute bottoming tail, potentially. BMNR is still down a couple percent. NIO starting to come in. Natural gas still curling down. Let's see what crude oil is doing here, guys. Crude oil inventories are coming out here. What is going to happen here? What is going to happen? S&P 500, we'll keep that on since it has exposure to crude inventories. Waiting on crude oil inventories, minus 9.28 million. Okay, crude oil inventories showing demand. Bigger drawdown. We'll see if that wants to pump up crude. Interesting. Interesting. Crude, crude, crude. Let's see if crude wants to spike higher. The print on crude should push it higher, guys. The inventory report should push crude higher here, and that's what we're seeing. Markets are trying to digest it. We'll see if the fundamental print on crude oil supports higher price. It should. A little bit of top wick distribution. I am seeing natural gas getting sold into quite sharply here. So again, crude oil inventories minus 9.28 million. Drawdown forecast was 1.4. Build. Wow. So a bigger drawdown than expected on crude oil inventories. Very cool. Very cool. Let's see what SPY does here. Nat gas is selling off here. So a much bigger drawdown in crude. We're still seeing this market. Nat gas still coming in here. Still long KOLD. I'm expecting nat gas to go negative. Your S&P 500 trying to stabilize. IWM under 240. That's starting to come in a little bit. Alibaba still softening up a bit. What else we got going on? Nuclear stocks still under a bit of pressure. Uranium right now is down 0.88% on the session. Aw, just checked my coffee cup. I'm out of coffee. That's such a shame. That's a sin. All right, Snapchat still up 2.3. IONQ back to the positive side. WTI crude kind of digesting these gains here in the near term. I will watch that on my other screen. We'll flip back the S&P 500 here. SPY right now still trying to bounce off of that key zone. IWM still trying to hold 240, its opening range high. Now 10:30, markets have been open for just over an hour. We've taken profits on our IONQ, looking for profits on KOLD. I will be trading the indices much later in the session. Is there a SPY? Let's see what these SPY contracts are priced at. Let's see, 662. 0 DTE call on SPY is $1.13 still. What the heck? What about a 663 call? 663 call, 82 cents. Nope, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. All right, KOLD starting to make a little bit of a move here, ladies and gents. Let's see if we can push this natural gas down, help our cold. I'm looking for nat gas to go negative. That would put us up about 2.61% on our cold. We are seeing nat gas curling slightly to the downside here, but it's got quite a bit of work to do if we expect it to go down. Think you might go back to bed and set my alarm for a rate decision. You know, taking an intraday nap is not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Not bad at all. Crude oil is getting sold into slightly. Your US dollar is trying to bounce. Oof, look at Palantir today, guys. I didn't even see this. Palantir just snuck its way onto the high volume list, but Palantir got absolutely smacked today. Wow. Why didn't no one tell me? Look at PLTR coming into 15-minute chart support. It could get a bounce here, but nasty little down move on PLTR today. How are the rest of some of our leading stocks doing? Robinhood still holding quite steady. RBLX coming in hot and heavy. How is Webull? BULL, not a leader, but an interesting play. Has a little bit of hype and momentum to it. Trying to show a little bit of signs of distribution. Crude oil is getting sold into right now. Yep, still a bear flag on PLTR, but it needs to. It's probably going to bounce a little bit. PLTR wouldn't chase the short just yet. S&P 500 is still looking pretty weak though. Let's see what else we got shaking and moving here. Grab is still trying to bounce. BBAI, that's still trying to shape up. Looks like BBAI wants to go to the highs again. Still an interesting chart. S&P 500 though coming in hot and heavy. Hot and heavy. On SPY. Crude oil. Crude oil is dumping now. That's selling off sharply on crude. Crude, don't be rude. Interesting to see crude selling off. Nat gas had a pretty decent 5-minute down candle there. So KOLD continuing to rip. Going for a new high of day on KOLD. Let's take it, guys. Let's take it. All right, your S&P 500 sitting right on that PDL. Prior day low. Come on. What else? We're seeing certain stocks creep onto the high volume list. Tesla still down 1 point. Big bounce on IONQ. I still think IONQ can sweep that low and go lower. Big bounce on the IWM. IWM is seeing continued buy side strength. IWM is in a clear uptrend today, while the S&P is in a bit of a downtrend today. An easier short has been on the Qs and SPY. IWM has been technically a buy the dip long really since the open here. All right, what else we got going on? Oklo continuing to sell off. WBD continuing to sell off a little bit. SBET negative. Broadcom still weak on the session, guys. AVGO is continuing to see some distribution signals here. I like it. I like it a lot. Down over 3% on Broadcom. That is a leading semiconductor stock. That is certainly under pressure. Still seeing it come under pressure. Members, I just trimmed some of my AVGO puts for 56%. Again, I trimmed half of my AVGO puts. Look at nat gas, guys. Natural gas coming into prior day low. It is getting heavy here. It is getting very heavy. Look at the dump down on Natty. Come on down, natural gas. It's still up 0.5% on the session. KOLD is starting to rip here. Nvidia is still seeing some sell side pressure. Come on. Again, my first trim on KOLD is right back into this kind of gap fill zone. Just like how we traded with IONQ, I want that gap to be tested and filled. Rigetti only up 1%. Tesla still looking pretty heavy here. Interesting. Please hit that like button today, guys. We're looking to go 2 for 2 on the live stream here. Nat gas is still softening up here. Let's see. Crude oil has really sold in here. So crude oil coming under pressure. IWM still pushing. S&P bouncing. Let's see what else we got shaping up here. Lyft is still up 11.5%, showing strength. Dixie still slightly green. Gold has caught a bid. Bitcoin down 1% now. SPY down 0.8. QQQ down 0.3. Amazon down 1.74. Nvidia down 2.61. Microsoft is bouncing but still negative, down 0.23%. Apple's your only strong mega cap up 0.6. Google down 0.6. Meta down 0.8. Sorry, Google down 0.6. Meta down 0.8. Tesla down 1.79. So you still have quite a bit of distribution hitting your NASDAQ QQQ, although you are seeing a bit of a buy the dip program hitting your S&P 500 stocks here. So S&P getting a nice bounce, but the problem with S&P right now, guys, is what? High, lower, low, lower low, lower low, lower low. So intraday is in a downtrending session. That being said, even though we're in a downtrend intraday, the larger time frame is still positive. So I'm expecting some manipulation of technicals today. There is quite a bit of volatility still priced into options contracts. I would personally be waiting to enter any sort of 0DT plays if you're looking to trim, or if you're looking to play 0DTs in anticipation of the Fed. I would wait. I would wait. Nice decline continuing in WDC today. WDC just printed a new low. Nvidia looks like it wants to print a new low. And look at IWM, guys. IWM is just absolutely continuing to push for another potential new high of day. What a filthy, filthy beast. Absolutely filthy. Oracle still down 2.5% on the session. Interesting. Oracle down 1. AVGO still down 3. Duolingo struggling. Google struggling today. ZTS pushing. Huya pushing. CDS struggling. Well, that's an interesting session today. Let's look at IONQ again. IONQ still trying to bounce just a little bit. Again, we did take profits. Still have a $64 stop loss on the trade. Let's see Nat Gas on my other screen. Nvidia going for yet again new lows. So Nvidia is really struggling here. Nvidia selling off yet again. Crazy, crazy price action. They're beating QQQ and SPY. You're damn right they are. They are beating QQQ and SPY. Let's look at TTD. TTD has been an interesting one, trying to carve out a bottom. Still weak on the tape, but trying to firm up down here and build a little bit of a base. Let's look at Adobe since its earnings. A few trading sessions have passed by and Adobe is trying to firm up itself. Interesting. Very, very cool. Let's look at this XPEV. XPEV is trying. TME. TME is trying to bounce here. Oklo still under pressure. IWM still looks pretty trendy to the upside here. IWM looks pretty trendy here still. A-Lab doing well. Baba still up 1.8. Lulu, slight sell side profit taking in Lulu, but look at this IWM. It's a beast right now. Going for another new high of day push on the Russell 2000. Can they do it? Nvidia's still selling off here. Holy moly, Nvidia just cannot seem to find any sort of a bid at the lows here. Looking like it wants new lows of the session. AMD down 0.5% or so. AMAT doing really well. AI, another down day for ticker AI. That's still seeing some distribution. GDX turning back to the positive side. DocuSign doing well today. Solar stocks are still mixed. First Solar green, Oracle still down 2. Celsius today. Let's look at some of these consumer staples names like Pepsi. Pepsi's still hanging on there, trying to bounce. Let's look at Hershey. Hershey, I know McDonald's got a nice upgrade today. Let's see what that name is doing. Yeah, big bounce on MCD, McDonald's. Roku still green. Chipotle's faded from the highs, but still green. ALB negative. GameStop negative. Let's see what else we got going on here. Let's look at some of these other retail stocks like AEO. Wow, look at American Eagle. Another day where it's pushing to the high side. That is crazy. How's Abercrombie and Fitch doing? Wow, not really doing too much down here. ANF. Interesting. Natural gas continuing to see some distribution. Dollar index is trying to firm up, guys. Your US Dixie trying to get a bit of a push here. What else we got going on? Who actually eats McDonald's? Funny enough, that was one of my first jobs when I was younger. It is garbage. It is garbage. But one of my first jobs was McDonald's. When I was, what age is, I think I was 16. I worked there. I worked there for 2 years while I was in high school. I learned a lot from the company. They're very smart. I learned a lot about their procedures. It was funny. They wanted to send me to Hamburger University. That's McDonald's Insider University. It's crazy. But yeah, the food is nasty garbage. It's funny because Even their beef isn't real. They say it's 100% real beef, but that's just the name of the company. All right, IWM just printed a new high of day. What a beast. What a beast. But McDonald's is an impressive business model, no matter how you think about it. They pretty much pay majority of their employees minimum wage. They got like 16 to 18-year-olds running multi-billion-dollar company with a few seniors in place to manage them. You worked full time at McDonald's? Nice. Yeah, I worked my way up in 2 years. They offered me restaurant manager when I was 18, which they pay pretty well at when you get into management. They offer you a company car, they offer you a company cell phone, everything's paid for, gas allowance, salary, benefits, blah blah blah. You get trips to Vegas, but not for me. But I learned a lot. Saw some crazy shit when I was working there. Holy shit, I worked at a couple different locations. I managed one restaurant which was doing about 8.6 million in revenue, and 70% of the revenue was through drive-through. So it was good to see managing inventory levels for a multi-million dollar franchise. And yeah, it was good. It was a learning experience for sure. But some of the bar fights that I saw was absolutely crazy. I had cars set on fire. I had people throw Big Macs across the thing. You know those McDonald's food trays in their lobby, those black trays? There was this fight between these two girls. One girl started grabbing one tray. The other girl, they were having like this fight with the food trays. Had to call the police, but let it continue for a few minutes while I let the cameras record for entertainment. Yeah, 8.4 million in revenue for when I lived out in BC, British Columbia, one of the stores. No, no, British Columbia, White Rock, South Surrey. Oh, that's terrible, Ram. That's terrible. No, well, I mean, here's the thing, right? The one location was across from a bar, so it was a 24-hour location. So whenever you get the last call, 2 a.m., people that are drinking, what do they want? They want McDonald's, right? They go ham. So you got drunks, last call. You know, it's funny. It's funny as hell, man. But what's crazy is like I had one customer throw their burger into the oil, the fry vats, and he got billed $500 to replace one of those oil things if you contaminate. It's 500 bucks. It's probably more now. I mean, this is going back a number of years, but it's crazy though. Yeah, there was some entertaining stuff. Uh, I even caught employees stealing. I was pretty chill, manager. It was funny. I had a lot of items going. I had those milk to goes. They kept on. I was in charge of like ordering food and management. So like I had to do food cost numbers and I had to meet certain waste targets, but I continuously had so much milk going missing. Those little milk to go, small bottles that people can buy and drink. I just couldn't seem to gather where the hell all this milk was going. And then one day a big truck delivery came in and I was telling my staff where to put it. And no food, just food going missing. So like inventory levels were depleting without it being sold in the system. So then I opened the cooler one day and literally open up the door and two of my staff are doing like this milk challenge in the freaking cooler, guzzling milk. It was fucking funny. It was funny. But they make so much money. I mean, their margins on McDonald's are crazy. They were stealing milk for themselves. But honestly, I just let it slide. Like we make so much that's such a profitable business. Their margins are crazy. Um, I didn't really care. Yeah, the milk challenge. It is insane. Yeah. Anyways, guys, so now that I'm distracted, let's just look at some of this market here. It's 10:50. We're kind of slowing down. I'm still interested in shorting the Russell. For day trade, still have that KOLD on place. Looking for that one to still firm up as nat gas is seeing a bit of distribution. We are seeing the Dixie trying to carve out a little bit of a bottom, so we could potentially see the markets fall and fumble a little bit more. Obviously, the S&P 500 is still under a lot of pressure, but holding up much better than your QQQ. So S&P 500 is still negative on the session, holding that 10-minute EMA, but this NASDAQ market is just getting absolutely beaten up to a pulp here, continuously making new lows. There's going to be a filthy bounce, but we're almost at that head and shoulders pattern. We're almost at that head and shoulders pattern. And just be careful with IO and Q. It is starting to firm up here, guys. So I'm keeping a break even, or sorry, an in the money stop loss at around 64 bucks. If you want to keep a break even, let it run a little bit. That's your choice. But I got a I got an in the money stop at 64.40 on IO and Q. Okay. So the market is seeing a little bit of underlying accumulation in some individual. Yeah. Imagine if they're real cows. I know. Well, what was crazy was just the margins on like, you know how they have their sizes of their drinks, their soft drinks, pop. One of their large Cokes when I was working there, for the cup, the straw, the lid, and to fill up a large Coke, cost McDonald's 10 cents. And they would sell it, I can't even remember, but even on dollar drink days, they do dollar drink days here in Canada, and you're still making such crazy margins. But I think a large Coke, what goes for in Canada a couple dollars? I'm not too sure what it is in the States, but 10 cents, 10 Canadian cents at the time that I was working there. That's insane to fill up everything, the straw, the cup. Yeah, their pop is a moneymaker for sure. All right, so Qs are trying to firm up here. ABGO continuing to trickle. Nvidia still continues to be a little bit fragile and weak on the session. Yeah, I don't drink pop either. It's super, super bad for you. Super bad. My grandmother used to be a big. I gotta be careful with how I say this. Not a Coke addict, a Coca-Cola addict. She used to drink Coca-Cola every day. She lived in South Africa and she would drink like 5, 6 cans of Coca-Cola a day for years and years and years. Soda pop, like I don't know, what do you call it in the States? They call it pop here. Soft drink, like Cokes, iced teas. Well, the US iced tea is different, but Pepsi, Coke, 7 Up, ginger ale, Mountain Dew, Fanta, all those things. Yeah, high fructose corn syrup. But my grandmother used to drink Coca-Cola every day, 5, 6 cans. My grandfather used to have a special delivery from a Coca-Cola truck. Used to come directly to the house and unload like a pallet of Coca-Cola cans for her. And when she passed away, they did an autopsy on her body, and her stomach lining was just disintegrated. And the coroner said he's never seen a stomach in such bad condition. There was so much of the syrup just stuck in there. Yeah, it was nasty. Nasty. All right, nat gas is still continuing to come down. The IWM is absolutely ripping here to the upside. Small caps continue to show its strength. Home builders are doing well today. SE down. You call it pop because you're back from the Pacific Northwest. Nice. Soda, 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 yeah. Weird how there's different terms all around. All right, so we are seeing the Qs catch a bounce. Look at the Russell 2000 absolutely printing for a new high pivot, guys. That Russell is just phenomenally blasting through key resistance zones. I have some short levels coming up on the IWM. We are getting a little bit lofty up here, quite extended intraday. I do like IWM puts coming up. Nat gas continues to trickle down. QQQ still seeing some distribution. Crude oil still softening up. Netflix, JP Morgan doing well. You made 365 an hour at the McDonald's in California in 1984. That is crazy, eh? Crazy. What is uh what is minimum wage in California right now? Maybe 18 to 20. Okay, cool. Good to know. Good to know. All right, IWM is getting close for me executing a short trade. I want it up above here. We are still seeing this market. 1650 in Cali? Okay, thanks. Just trying to firm up here. That could help the Qs. You still have Tesla down 1.64, Meta down about 0.95, Google down 0.74, Microsoft down 0.3, Nvidia down 2.7, Amazon down 1.59. Apple still holding technical strength, and trying to push up a little bit. Crude oil inventories have softened up a bit, but trying to carve out a little bit of a bottom. Nat gas continues to remain pretty weak. Underneath its prior day low, I'm still expecting Nat gas to go negative. That's where I'll look to take profits on my KOLD. Look at the divergence between IWM and QQQs. It's basically an identical sell side pressure in the Qs, buy side pressure in the IWM. The trend is pretty much exactly opposite. 1650. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Come on, Nat guys. Dump it. Just scrolling through here to see if I like any other chart setups. Again, it's risky buying ahead of the big event. And I don't know. Whoa, look at this Russell, guys. All right, I'm getting extremely interested in some put options on the Russell. Extremely interested. Wow, 240 puts are absolutely crazy expensive. The only problem with shorting it is maybe they're going to keep us elevated here on the Russell. Yeah, we're getting close here on the Russell. Very close here. It's getting a little bit stretched here, but still acting extremely well. Hitting resistance level 1 here on IWM. IWM did hit my first little resistance. Well, 2 pennies away actually. Come on, 2 pennies away. No, no, no. I wanted 240.80 on the Russell. Don't do it. Come on. So 2 pennies away from my short level. You filthy beast. Do not buy 0DTs. I like trading 0DTs. Off of this move. But I'm still interested in fading the Russell. But a big, big move. Big, big move. Come on, push back up there. Push back up there. A few minutes. Damn! Pulling back that Russell. Literally 2 pennies away from my short level. Come on, get back up there. Get back up there. All right, they're trying to push it back up. Quite a bit of 241 puts will print. I'm looking at 240 puts. I'm being risky and aggressive. I'm going to be a risky trader today. Qs are still sucking here. Oh, they're trying to sell IWM before I got entered. Damn, are you serious? You want to look at crowd, CRWD? Wow, yeah, nice reversal down on CRWD, CrowdStrike. Hmm. I would wait for crowd to retrace to this cluster of moving average, kind of your 435 Pierce zone. That's a little bit of a scalp long level. Coming in hard though. It's coming in hard. It looks like it could go for this pivot today. Wow, look at them pushing that Russell. Look at them push that Russell. Damn. Nat gas still just consolidating at its prior day low. Your US dollar is trying to firm up here a little bit, guys. So we're seeing that Dixie trying to push. Chegg is seeing some distribution. Semis are still under pressure. Nat gas stocks, rig still doing well. Snapchat still up a couple percent. Pfizer doing well today. Twilio doing well today. Let's look at some of those other stocks that you mentioned. UVA. Yeah, nice little bid there on AEVA. Bouncing quite nicely. IWM still trying to hold technical structure up here, but it is seeing some sell side pressure off of that area. GDDY trying to come in a little bit. Let's look at GitLab again, GTLB. Thank you, Ram. Yeah, GTLB still just consolidating. Let's look at Rocket Labs, RKLB. Catching a little bit of a bounce, ASTS. ASTS trying to recapture that key moving average. Let's look at RKT. RKT trying to push. PayPal, PYPL. That's doing quite well today. Anyone still in this LAZR ticker that we called out a couple days ago? Wow. Look at that move. Crazy. 2 hour calls printed. WDC still under pressure. Silver still down about 1.16%. Lyft is still holding majority of its gains, up about 12%. Uber getting slapped down 5.1. Another down day for Humana. Look at Humana. Your dollar index is starting to rip here, guys. Dixie is starting to push. Again, I'm still holding quite a bit of cash just as a scalp long in UUP. Sent out this alert yesterday. I'm not looking for a big move, and I'll look to close this out ahead of the Fed meeting or at least keep a break even. But I am long UUP off of the 2713. I'm just parking a bunch of my dry capital cash in there, considering I think the dollar is oversold. IWM starting to come in just a little bit. Mobileye doing well today. Let's look at DDOG. That's seeing a little bit of sell side pressure again. Nat gas still struggling here. DDOG still coming in. Strong day for ACN. Big bounce on ACN. A little bit of a double bottom on ACN, guys. Not looking too bad. That could be the near-term low for ACN. Not bad at all. Interesting. All right, IWM is coming in here. Just sent out an alert. Live day trading alert. IWM has hit my upside level for today. Maybe we see S&P and Q's bounce and IWM see some selling. Nat gas is continuing to dump here, guys. New lows for nat gas, almost going negative. What does that mean? Our KOLD is starting to push here. Come on, KOLD. Let's look at SPY here. We'll manage that trade. Crude oil softening just a bit. IONQ seeing a little bit more downside. Come on, Russell. Give us a little bit of digestion here. Give us a little bit of digestion here. Still acting very, very well. Still super duper strong on the session. Your IWM is your stronger indice. Trying to hold technical structure at the highs here. Up over 1% on the session. Two-year yield is quietly moving up here on the session. Lift is still up 12. Open up 13. Snap up 1.8. KBTS up 5. Wolf up 6. Tesla catching a little bit of a bid now. It's only down 1%. American Airlines acting well. Palantir still struggling on the session. S&P 500 seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. Markets have sort of slowed down a little bit. IWM is still very extended. S&P trying to hold that prior day low. Still have your QQQ down 0.47. SPY still negative under 650. 920. IWM up over 1% and trying to grind a little bit. Your dollar was looking a little bit more firm. It has since faded just a little bit. Ethereum still under 4,500. Bitcoin still down about 1%. IWM is trying to push even more here. Grinding higher and higher on the Russell. Are they going to take it to 245? Sorry, are they going to take it to 241? Let's see. S&P 500 still chopping around, defending that 10-minute EMA, defending that prior day low. You got some bottom wick accumulation occurring. IWM just printed another little new high of day. Nat gas is still weak, guys. Natural gas continuing to soften up here. Dixie still softening. Tesla catching a decent bid here. IWM starting to squeeze a little bit higher here. SPY catching a decent sized bid. IWM continuing to press, getting very extended up here. So you are approaching some really sharp upsloping resistance on this IWM wedge pattern, going for 241 on the overall chart. We are trying to squeeze it a little bit. S&P 500 now catching a decent sized bid. It's been a solid rally in your Russell 2000. Continuing to squeeze and grind on your 30-minute chart. S&P 500 now catching a nice little bit of liquidity. Nat gas continuing to soften here, guys. Still looking at it going negative. It's very close to going negative, so I'm still looking at trimming half of my KOLD into this gap fill target. Your S&P 500 is still trying to push here. Same thing with the Russell. Russell going for 241. So a big short squeeze on your Russell 2000 ahead of interest rate cuts. Really sizable mid move to the upside, up 1.1%. Your S&P 500 is close to trying to go green. Still seeing a little bit of distribution. Starting to see crude oil losing a little bit of momentum here. Tesla trying to firm up. Palantir still struggling, down 3.12% on the session. Marvell just ripping. That's up almost 4%. MRVL. Beast of a stock today. Oklo is green. Interestingly enough, SMR is not showing strength today. Look at the push here on the Russell 2000. Still seeing this IWM acting extremely well. Go figure, BBAI has turned positive on the session. A huge buy the dip push in Big Bear, looking like it wants new highs on the tape. Getting a nice fat bid and squeeze to the upside. Apple has been getting faded here as other mega caps are trying to muster up a little bit of strength off of the lows. So as Apple's fading, you're seeing A little bit of that liquidity coming back into Nvidia. You're seeing Microsoft trying to catch a bit of a bid here off of the lows. Tesla obviously is trying to firm up off of the lows. China stocks are still acting extremely well. Big bid on natural gas. Crude oil is starting to soften up. Lyft is still up 13.3% and squeezing. Look at Tessie trying to work itself into that gap fill. Markets are in full bull mode right now. Still have weakness in tech land, but small caps are absolutely flying today on the back of biotechs and retail. XRT. Let's see, how is Nike doing today? Retail stock. A little bit of a bounce. How's AEO doing again? Interesting. Google's still struggling on the session. Google almost down 1% now. So that's continuing to see some distribution on the tape. NVIDIA is still down 2.38, but trying to push. PayPal doing extremely well. Let's look at SE here. Interesting. Very cool. Crude oil still continuing to soften up just a little bit. Yeah, look at Marvell. Marvell looks like it could have a 5% day in the making. What a beast. Marvell looks like it could push for the 50-day today. Looks like it could try to push. Look at that bull flag on MRVL forming here. Very strong price action. Let's look at HIMS today. HIMS is under quite some pressure today. HIMS is down 2.26%, under 50 bucks. Yesterday when it swept this $50 level, it saw a pretty decent sized bounce. Bouncing off that hourly chart EMA. The best news today would be no rate cut. That would be crazy. That would sell off a lot of stocks for sure. But not gonna happen. Fed watch tool still showing crazy probability. If we look at this Fed watch tool, 2 hours, 39 minutes, 95.8% chance of a 25 basis. This actually moved up. A higher chance of a 50, but really what the market's looking forward to is our October and December meetings. December is very important because right now, so after today, it'll move down to that 4 to 4.25. Then you look at October, the majority of the market is expecting another 25 basis point cut. And then December, the market's kind of mixed. There's still a decent chance that we only get a hold in December, and then there's the majority is still pricing in another 25 bips. So 3 more 25 basis point cuts are the likelier scenario being priced in. But the market, if this changes, the December meeting changes where it starts to not price in an extra 25 bip, then that's where stocks like small caps could revalue. So September meeting is baked in. October meeting is pretty baked in, but December is what, in my opinion, the market is looking ahead to. And you can see that the probabilities are a little bit more mixed, although majority still thinks a 25 bip in December. If that starts to swing to the other way, that's where obviously other names could get sold into. All right, Nvidia catching a nice candle to the upside, so that is trying to push. Still have nat gas trying to retest. Let's look at Oscar. How is Mr. Oscar doing on the session? Oscar, big gap down. It is trying to rebound off of the lows, sweeping yesterday's low, retesting a breakout candle. Interesting little area potential long for Oscar, but again, it's tough buying a lot of names ahead of this little bit of a news that we're expected in a couple hours. So we'll see what happens. I'm honestly tempted to short this SATS again. Tempted. Good thing we closed all of our position yesterday. Up nicely on the session. Google continuing to sell off quite a bit more here. Let's flip to the S&P 500 here. Crude oil is still softening. Nvidia is still trying to climb back above 171, but acting weak. I think Donald Trump would have a stroke if Powell didn't cut rates today. He'd be making up some sort of executive order. He would pull some sort of crazy thing out of his hat. Not that he has any sort of flex over the Federal Reserve, but yeah, I don't know what Donald Trump would do if we didn't get a rate cut. Yeah, so figure down 4%, making a nasty reversal. This is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 consecutive down candles in a row, but it doesn't guarantee it bouncing. I would be more inclined to wait for this gap fill. So a sweep of the prior day low coming into this gap fill, that's where there's a scalp long, in my opinion. So curveballs, if we get down to this gap fill, just remind me, as we start approaching prior day low, I'll watch this because I'll actually trade this for a bounce. If we flush into prior day low and hit this gap, I would trade it for a scalp long. So just remind me if I'm not watching it. All right, your IWM coming through a little bit of selling, but still super duper strong. S&P 500 still selling here. More distribution hitting your S&P. All right, guys, I am going to grab some lunch. Actually, we'll just see what this IWM does here and SPY since we're getting some downside volatility. Tech Resources price target raised to $63 a share by TD Securities from 60. Okay, so a little bit of a raise. Dollarama initiated as an outperform by Bernstein. Lightspeed Commerce is maintained at $15 a share by RBC Capital. Getting quite a few more little upgrades and initiations here. Google is absolutely drilling here to the downside, guys. So Google coming in hot and heavy, dumping. That's going to put some more pressure on the Qs. Looking at Cloudflare Net, oh, down another 2.64%, guys. That is filthy. Look at that nasty weekly double top. Crazy. Huge sell by the CEO at the highs there, too. That is filthy. Absolutely filthy. What price was that on Figure? Let's just take a peek here. Figure price target is for a scalp long, and again, it's aggressive, but that comes into 37.36, give or take. 37.36. Jamie asking what my thoughts are on nat gas. Well, Jamie, I'm actually short nat gas at the moment for a day trade. I'm long KOLD. So I went long this morning off of 33.45. I'm looking for nat gas to go negative. So if we look at nat gas structurally, you too, nice. Yeah, so nat gas, let me pull up the chart here. My charts are acting a little bit slow. There's probably a lot of movement across trading view. IWM is coming in, but nat gas was positive on the session, getting rejected off of our pre-market high, losing that opening range low, and now back testing prior day high. Looking pretty nasty. I think that this has a strong chance of heading to at least your pre-market low. You look on the daily chart of nat gas, I'm expecting it to get rejected off of that daily chart EMA 113. So it's had a nice run, but I think it needs a little bit more consolidation. Look at the nice little decline in IWM here. So I think nat gas is still going to fall, but nat gas has a tendency to get liquidity. If we go through times of decline or troublesome price action, nat gas is almost like a little bit of an inverse play to the market. All right, IWM is coming in hot and heavy. Let's go. Let's go. Members, hopefully you took that short trade with us on the Russell. We waited patiently all day for this 240.80 to 241 level, and it's getting absolutely smoked right now. Absolutely smoked. Here we go, dumping the IWM. Let's look at that S&P 500. Your US dollar trying to make another little move. Beautiful. Nice, Jamie. Hopefully you make money on that trade. Look at SPY, new low of day on the S&P 500. QQQ is now down 0.48% on this session. Tesla's still off of the lows, but down 1. Google has really sold off quite sharply. Come on down, Russell. Come on down. Take me to 240, baby. Take me to 240. Come on down. Come on down. Here we go. IWM is getting much heavier here. It's coming into the picture here. Bounce on your S&P, bounce on your Russell. Big 1 minute candle bounce. Crude oil continuing to soften up here. Nat gas continue to chop just underneath its prior day low. Palantir still struggling. Dollar still trying to push. Big bounce on that Russell. S&P 500 getting a decent sized bounce itself. All right, so mega cap tech plan, let's just go through it. We'll start off with Bitcoin. Bitcoin down 1%, still above 115,600. S&P down 0.14. Your Dow component is up 0.65%, showing industrials are acting well today. SPY down 0.14. QQQ down 0.45, trading under 589. IWM is up sharply on the session, 240.58, up almost 1%. Amazon struggling today, that's down 1.6%. Nvidia right now down 2.58% and seeing some harsh move. Look at nat gas. Nat gas is continuing to dump, making new lows. Nat gas has now gone negative on the session, guys, just like what we called at the highs of the session. Let's dump the Widowmaker and take us into the profits here. Come on, Natty. Come on, Natty. Take us down to pre-market low. They are absolutely dumping this beast into the ground. We are coming up into PDL, target 1 on KOLD. Here we go. Take us down, natural gas. Sweep this high volume reversal loan right into pre-market low. Chop us down. Nvidia now seeing some more selling. All right, going back to the market synopsis. You have Microsoft still down 0.34%, but that is off of the lows. Apple still showing strength. It is your only green mega cap name. Google getting faded pretty hard. That's down 1.35. Meta under a bit of pressure, down 1.1. Tesla still down 1%, but off of the lows of the session. Nat gas still looking pretty heavy here. Come on, give me a hard impulse candle down. I will be looking to trim some profits when KOLD fills that gap. Come on. Let's take it. Amazing. Come on, Eddie. Fall, fall, fall. S&P 500 trying to stabilize. IWM still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Look at natural gas fall, guys. KOLD is tapping its prior day low. We are up nicely on that long KOLD. I'm still looking for that gap fill around 34.30-ish. 34.30-ish. I will take some profits on natural gas KOLD, and then we'll move stops to break even. Come on. IWM still seeing. Look at natural gas dumping here. Beautiful rejection. Come on. Take us to pre-market low, guys. That's kind of where I think we could get a little bit of a near-term bounce, as some day traders like ourselves will look to cover. Believe it or not, though, this is a bit of a swing short level for nat gas. You know, nat gas could easily fall right back down to the low of this range, call it 312. So that would mean nat gas could still fall about 5.5%, which would put KOLD up about 12 to 15%. But it's still a strong commodity that is showing a little bit of upside price. All right, KOLD still pushing, guys. You have your US dollar trying to push. Come on, KOLD. Pumping here. Gold is pumping. All right, guys. Target profit 1, TP1 on nat gas is coming into play. I repeat, TP1 on natural gas is coming into play. I will be trimming half and moving stops to break even, securing some gains off of this nice decline. You still have IWM trying to bounce steady here, NVIDIA curling down, so QQQ still under a little bit of pressure. Wow. Qs are still at the lows of the tape, looking like they want to sweep that hourly chart impulse candle that occurred. Wow. Look at nat gas selling off sharply here. Ladies and gents, we are seeing a nice decline. It's now down 0.3%. Crude oil is negative. Bitcoin trying to muster up some strength here. IWM floating and grinding back up. Come on, nat gas. Nice hard candle down. Come on, KOLD is almost at TP. There's 34.31. A little bit more. All right, guys, I just trimmed half of my KOLD, moving stop loss to break even. Beautiful. The gap has been filled, guys. Beautiful job on nat gas trading there, guys. Excellent job if you caught that with us. So 2 for 2, one on IONQ winner, one on nat gas. Look at that decline. Beautiful. Pre-market low is still incoming here. Still incoming. S&P 500 trying to recapture its prior day low. Come on, we just need to chop this Russell 2000 down. Look at them dump that nat gas. Beautiful trading. Today has been a nice day. I love FOMC days. It's one of my favorite days to trade, believe it or not. All right, so Apple firming up. JP Morgan still strong. Netflix still a beast. NVIDIA, a dog with fleas. IWM still holding technical structure. But let's see if IWM can give us a lower low. I want to see it take out this little pivot zone. Nat gas still dumping. catching a bit of a bid off of the lows. So you are seeing a little bit of price action coming back into crude. It's acting pretty well right now. Today you have a proposed sale. It's pretty small. There's an insider officer selling HIMS, a proposed sale, selling at $50.50. It's very small. There's a cool little buy here. Take a look at this insider buy, guys. AVA, the senior vice president, bought another 3,600 shares today at a price target of 35.55, bringing his total to 9,900. So it's about a 33% increase for AVA at the lows here. Kind of interesting. Let me see what the 2.95 billion. So that's a pretty decent buy for the senior VP. Interesting. Kind of cool to observe. Gonna smoke a joint and pass out. Good luck. Hey, that's never a bad idea. This helps you sleep. All right, so a little bit of an insider buy here on AVA today. That transaction did get processed today. Just going through a little bit of selling in Mara, proposed sale, I should say. Interesting. There's been a ton of proposed selling in this ticker COCO. I mean, a lot. A lot of proposed selling. And it's just absolutely ripping. Crazy. All right, SPY, NVIDIA, all getting sharply rejected. Sharply. That's a small buy there. Interesting buy today. It's a penny stock though. Chief Financial Officer buying EONR. I don't even know what this ticker is. Eon Resources. So yeah, big buy from the Chief Financial Officer, almost increasing his holdings by 50%. So it's a significant accumulation. Buying at 36 cents. Interesting. And it is pumping today. Market cap must be pretty small. Integrated oil, 17.1 million. Interesting. A little bit of insider buy. A big SPY still looking heavy. Russell still looking strong. Jeez, a lot of insider buying on this NRGV. Com continuing to trickle lower. Micron went negative, so you're still seeing massive distribution in your QQQ semis, while small caps are sucking up all of the liquidity today. More insider buying, selling, 2.6 million from a 10% owner. Interesting. It's not really that much money. More proposed sales in HIMS. Selling there. Saba. More selling. A lot of different insiders selling HIMS, guys. A lot. Let's look at this VIN. Look at RDDT. Big bounce, but how's this Vanny doing? Pretty big insider buy. That process today, 2.4 million buy at $1.16. Wow, that's a fat candle. Up 20% on that news. Crazy. Let's see what else we got going on. TWST. Are your IWM continuing to grind higher while Nvidia getting sold into immensely? Wix. It's not too bad. Officers. Let's look at Wix. I'm just looking at some insider buying and selling here on the back end, guys. Just seeing if there's anything worth noting. Takes a little bit to scan, but that's an option exercised. Proposed sale. A lot of proposed sales across the board. It's been quite a bit of selling in CoreWeave. Let's look at CoreWeave again. A lot of different insiders have been selling in CoreWeave. Some insider buys in, it's very small amount though, a couple directors, but you're seeing some insider buying in sorry, UUUU. Wow, look at that IWM starting to squeeze even more. This is insane price action in the Russell. Can't stop, won't stop. Jeez, this Russell is just a machine. Absolute machine. Insider buying there. It's a big buy there. NYC. Not much actually. Not much of a buy there. So the IWM is continuing to squeeze here to the upside. US dollar trying to firm up as well. Another big proposed sale in Rocket Labs. RKLB officer Frank Klein proposing a sale at 48.97. That'll likely be processed either today or tomorrow. Selling 45,000 shares, 2.2 million net proceeds for RKLB at a price target of 48.97. So you can already see we're below that. Interesting. So maybe it's gone through already today. That could have been executed today. We'll get the alert probably tomorrow, but a proposed sale by an officer. Oh, there's actually a second one here. Two proposed sales from two different key insiders, two officers at RKLB. Adam Spice and Frank Klein, both proposing to liquidate their Rocket Lab shares. Adam Spice is liquidating 3.3 million and Frank Klein is liquidating 2.2 million. So just over 100,000 shares between the both of them, proposing at a sale of 48.97. So that's slightly a little bit bearish, which means we could see Rocket Labs come down a little bit more. Uber, so the chief executive officer, funny enough, sold Uber shares before the decline. That is crazy. Let's see what Uber's priced at. So Uber under a lot of pressure today. This is how there has to be insider trading. There is insider trading. There's no question. But on September 12th, Uber processed, the CEO of Uber sold 300,000 shares totaling 28.6 million. Basically selling about 3, 6, 9, 12, just under 25% of his shares on September 12th. We only got the notification yesterday, September 16th, but he sold at 95.37. And look what the candle is down today. So that's some insider trading if I haven't seen it. Wow. So that's a pretty big sell by the CEO sells 3%. What is that? 28.6 mil. Cost is $95.37. September 12th. Posted September 16th. Just put it here. Look at that. Uber sold right into this green candle. That is filthy. CEO. Jamie asking, natural gas recent analysis indicates a potential bear market in natural gas with forecast for a significant price decline between $1.60 to $1.40 over the next 5 months. What's your thoughts? Well, let's look at the daily chart. Nat gas chart is not looking too bad, and honestly, I think nat gas can still move higher here just based off of a technical pattern that we're observing in Natty. Natural gas has triggered a falling wedge pattern breakout on the daily chart. You've triggered an inverse head and shoulders on your daily chart as well, 4-hour chart. As long as nat gas remains above your 20-day moving average, it's in a very strong trend. I think we could easily push to 351. I was just in it for a day trade short. There's going to be a lot of resistance here on the weekly chart. You got a weekly 50 and a weekly 20, and you're attacking a wide range red bar breakdown zone. So a lot of resistance, but nat gas is acting well. You know, you look at what you're trading above on your weekly chart. You're above your 7. You're starting to recapture this weekly EMA 113. If nat gas starts to consolidate on a weekly basis above this orange moving average, this weekly EMA 113, that's a positive sign because take a look what happened here on a technical basis. You got rejected here. This was a massive consolidation and then a breakout zone above that EMA. Back test 1 week, 2 week, 3 week back test, big push up, back test again, bigger push up, back test again, bigger push up. Then you consolidated for a couple weeks and broke down, and now you're back testing that area. So this weekly EMA 113 is the level to beat. Again, 1 week rejection on previous week. You're trying to get through that area again today. You need to get a couple weeks of consecutive closes above this area to swing the probabilities of a move higher. The one thing that I'm watching for nat gas is this gap fill. I think there's a strong chance we could push liquidity there, but I think nat gas needs a little bit more consolidation in this range before it pushes higher. Now, I haven't really looked at the IEA estimates just yet. I'll pull that up on my other screen just to see what nat gas is doing. Give me a sec here. Let's say Wednesday. So nat gas inventories are tomorrow, I guess. Atlanta Fed GDP also contracting a little bit from 3.4 consensus to 3.3. So we do have nat gas storage tomorrow. Basically, the last few prints, if I look at it, September 11th, the print was 69 billion. It came in at 71. So it showed a little bit more of a larger build than expectation. You know, the last two prints, so September 4th, you had a little bit more of an inventory build than expected by about 1 billion cubic feet. Then on September 11th, you had a little bit of a bigger build than the market was expecting by about 2 billion cubic feet. So the last two prints have been slightly negative for the fundamentals of nat gas. But what's interesting is since September 4th, which was really, where are we? September 4th was this candle here. despite two fundamentally negative prints for nat gas, price action is still pushed up. So price action always leads fundamentals. I think that as long as the technicals still hold up and remain structure above your 7-day, that's your big area. You're still above your key short-term daily moving averages, which is telling us that the trend is up. Nvidia just going for new lows on the session. So no chance of reversal that far. Well, I think you're seeing sellers off this area. It's still a big resistance. I think you could easily sell back down to your 7-day or even this trend line. But if you start getting weekly or daily closes above this EMA, you need to watch out because the trend is for nat gas is still pretty strong right now. It's showing some power behind it. And as long as we remain above these key short-term moving averages, it's still a tough thing to short. This for me was just a day trade short level that I had on watch, and I was patient with it, and obviously it's paying out nicely. But in terms of the swing short, it's a tough one still to short this for a swing trade. It could push higher. And one thing that could occur is if we head into the FOMC meeting and the markets decline, nat gas could catch a bit of a bid from liquidity leaving the market. Now, if the markets push up on FOMC, then I'm expecting natural gas to decline. But we'll see what happens. And typically nat gas and oil don't move together. Figure above the MA20 getting close to the 50. Let's look at FIGR. S&P 500 at the lows. Nvidia just made new lows. Yeah, it's still just off of my level. You can see that it hit that 10-minute chart EMA 113, powerful technical level. Still acting well, but just slightly off of my level. Trying though. It's trying. 12 o'clock. Yeah, it could be a bull trap. I mean, it's nat gas is still very strong, very strong. Nvidia just absolutely knifing here, guys. Knifing to the downside. S&P 500 still underneath its prior day low, looking like a bit of a bear flag. QQQ now down 0.5%. At some point, Nvidia is probably going to catch a bid. Maybe this is it. This could be the potential little local bottom for Nvidia. Let's see where we are on the hourly chart. Through that gap fill. Not a bad area for Nvidia to bounce. 4-hour chart. Actually, if Nvidia flushes into this 4-hour chart level, 168.94, I would consider a stab at a scalp long. Right off of that vicinity. It looks like it wants to go there. Let's see the daily chart support. Yeah, you're still coming in. Getting a little bit stretched though. Yeah, exactly. If crude goes up, typically nat gas goes down. They do have a strong correlation there. Good observation. No problem, Jamie. Happy to help. So curveballs, I'm still going to wait on figure. I think that could go a little bit lower. Look at this IWM. IWM is still just absolutely. Wow, look at Cloudflare, guys, down another 3.64% off of that huge insider selling by the CEO. I mean, look at this. Look at this craziness. A weekly double top going back to 2021. CEO dumps majority shares 34 million at these upside price targets, and we're well below that dump level. That is filthy, eh? Filthy. Absolutely crazy. Nvidia down 3% now and falling. Natural gas continuing to see a little bit of a decline. KOLD trying to push it a little bit higher here. IWM trying to go for another high of day sweep. It looks like it wants it. It looks like it wants it. Semiconductors are getting smoked. Uranium down 0.8%. Now you have Oklo falling sharply down on Oklo, looking to violate its opening range low. Nasty little price action for Oklo. Oklo could be heavy up here. Oklo could be coming in for its prior day low, which seems like a far way away, and it is, but it could easily come back down. Easily. You look at where SMR is trading compared to Oklo, and Oklo is not a profitable company. It's just a pure momentum trade. Running on back of nuclear hype. Let's look at BNR. All right, S&P trying to catch another little bid here. I'm getting hungry, guys, so I'm probably going to take my lunch here in a couple minutes. This freaking IWM is just a beast, though. Just an absolute beast. Crazy. BMNR trying to firm up. It has gone green on the tape. BBAI still green. LYFT still holding technical structure. Let's look where Lyft is right now. Wow, Lyft is still a beast right now. Inside of a bit of a hourly chart bearish formation candle. Palantir really struggling here. PLTR still coming in. Nvidia still weak on the session. Still seeing the markets holding steady here. Ethereum seeing a little bit of weakness here. Crude oil flipping back to the positive side. S&P seeing some more sell side pressure. Just 1 second, I'm gonna grab some of my food, guys. Be back in 2 minutes. Man, ordered some sushi for lunch and they didn't give me chopsticks. Come on. What are they gonna do? Your US dollar is still trying to creep up here to the upside. It's creeping. Creeping. Still seeing a little bit of a sell side pressure in your S&P, IWM. SPY back below its prior day low. Coming in sharply. Google coming in. Nat gas continuing to sell off here, guys. Nat gas is now down 0.5%. KOLD just printed a new high. So that trade keeps on giving. NVIDIA trying to stabilize. IWM breaking down. Potential head and shoulders formation triggering on the Russell 3-minute chart here. If this were to play out, it gives us a downside target of roughly, call it 239 and change. S&P 500 just printed a new low there. Interesting. They're still trying to bid up. So that would be a nice little retest back to its opening range here for the Russell. Look at nat gas, guys. Nat gas is absolutely tumbling here. Tumbling. Our KOLD is ripping to the upside. New lows for nat gas. It's now down 0.71%, doing a full round trip, sweeping the bullish liquidity that we've established over the last couple sessions. Look at that. Knifing down to the lows. My next sell side target on KOLD is basically thinking we can recapture this previous gap fill liquidity, which is around 34.68. But let me just look at the actual nat gas chart again, because we are absolutely ripping it to the downside. IWM also coming in. Come on, take us to 240. I want my IWM puts to pay. So it's been very choppy, the Russell or nat gas, very choppy. I just want to go to a larger time frame just to understand. So we had that formation trigger, big sell-off, reversal, choppy consolidation, backtest breakout, huge sell-off on inventories, big tail candle. They might want to take us back to this liquidity zone here, 320. They could potentially take us back there. Nat gas making an M pattern on the daily. Yeah, potentially. It's potentially an early stage formation, yeah. Very early, but potentially starting, yeah. I could see that. Good observation. But it's still a trying. There's gonna be a lot of support at 326. 326 a decent area for Natty. If you lose this first fib between 324 and 336, we could retest. Hate this. I'm having to eat my sushi with my fingers. Frick. I guess I gotta buy some chopsticks. Can't believe they didn't give me any. Alright, crude oil still back to the negative side. S&P Qs are still down. Qs are down 0.5%. Russell pushing right back up. Figure continuing to sell off. FIGR there. Curveball. I think we're getting down maybe to a, yeah, figures coming in. Figures coming in. Hmm. Next target on KOLD, sell side targets above 35. Above 35, I'd take some more profits. Russell 2000 not giving us a breakdown, right back up. AVGO guys just absolutely continuing to sell. Well, you're drinking beer while I'm snacking. Enjoy, bottoms up. Cheers. At the rate that Broadcom is selling, our 340 puts could be in the money today, especially if we got a hard candle down. I mean, those absolutely are paying. Still got quite a bit of time on those. Those are some nice expensive contracts. I like it. NASDAQ still down, 0.76. Here comes the Russell. Come on, Russell, give it to us. Nvidia trying to stabilize. Tesla's actually acting very well. Ooh, FIGR coming in hard here. Curveballs, you gonna trade FIGR? Sweeping prior day low. Interesting. Dump figure here. Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Bitcoin back down 1%, give or take. WM coming in nicely. Come on. Our puts are starting to wake up again. Alibaba is just a machine that keeps trending, not slowing down at all. The Dixie softening just a little bit. Crude oil back slightly positive. Nat gas down 0.75. All right, IWM coming in hot here. I'm looking at scalping long figure as well. I'm just going to go in with common shares as well. Actually, yeah, there's not even any options, so. Come on, IWM. Come on down. Nat gas continuing to sell off a little bit more. Figures coming in hot and heavy here. I like it. A little bit more downside figure. Oh, figure just knifed into my gap there. I didn't even take a fill. That was too fast, but that's hitting that level 37.33. Wow. That was quick. What was I sleeping on the job? I better get a retest. They better give me a retest. Let me just see something here on figure. We do a retrace of this entire move. They could actually take it even a little bit lower. We got some support coming up though. Nice little bounce off that gap fill. Damn, I didn't even get a fill. Shit. I should have just put an order there. Right off that gap though. Swept the prior day low. Stopping out the bulls. Alright, IWM still selling off. Nat gas now down 1%. KOLD is ripping. New high of day, baby. Pump it. Again, above 35, I'll look for next TP trim. Nat gas is flying. Flying to the high side. Your limit is 37.23. Okay. Nice. Nice. Come on, Russell. Russell's coming up into TP1. Come on, Russell. Give me a dump here. Nat gas now down over 1%. Come on down. Nvidia getting a nice 15-minute candle, trying to push it back above 170. Figure coming in. SPY and Qs are trying to stabilize as the Russell goes through a bit of sell side. Oh, they're going to bounce figure here without me? Damn, I waited so patiently for that long level, right into that gap. That was a nice trade. Hopefully it comes back down. Hopefully it comes back down. Come on, Russell. Hit a nice impulse candle down. Come on down, Russell. Alibaba still squeezing. What a freaking beast. Oh my goodness gracious me. Google down 0.95, Tesla down half, Meta 0.4, rallying, Apple still green, Microsoft trying to push, Nvidia still sloppy down here. Micron down 0.58, Broadcom down about 4, but trying to bounce. Nat gas now down 1.13%, 1.15%, and falling sharply. Free falling, free falling. Whoops. I'm free. Free falling, free falling. Look at them sell it. Look at them sell it. That is just filthy. Filthy, filthy reversal, guys. Nice trade if you caught that with us. We're looking to get into some more profits here. $35. Come on, pay me some more. So if we get up to 35 bucks, that would roughly be about a 4.6% gain on the day trade. Beautiful. That's lovely. I like that a lot. And for Workday, raised to a buy from neutral by Guggenheim. Look at them absolutely fading that gas. Let's look at WDAY. All right, they're throwing some upgrades now across the market talk, saying that small caps are poised to outperform. Just got a raise. A lot of different headlines hitting the tape here. Quite a few different headlines. Taking a look at IONQ, that had a really big momentum bounce right back up. So we secured some profits. Let's look at Walmart here. They are giving it some positive headlines. Look at Walmart trying to get some upgrades right at the highs of its chart. Amazing breakout on Walmart today. Quite crazy. Quite crazy. All right, figures coming back down again. Come on down. Down 7.3% on FIGR. WDC down 2.2 today. Broadcom back down 4. BBAI back to the negative side. So that could be due for more downside price action. SMCI struggling today. Marvell still trying to push. Chipotle still trying to push. Bitcoin still down 1% on the session. Nvidia is still choppy. Your US dollar is selling off yet again. US Dixie coming in sharply. Go back down 1%. Let's look at these Qs. QQQ still super duper weak on the tape. Look at the NDX. NDX looks like it's coming into that gap fill. Looks like a very large daily gap and crack on the NDX. Looks like we're coming into that gap. We've hit some upside resistance. We will see if they want to snake the bulls and give us a dip on the back of POW. Pow, 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 pow. Let's look at PLTR again. Come on, Russell. Why are you staying so elevated here? Dixie's softening up really, really hard right now. SPY's still just trying to trickle a little bit lower. I did issue a new options trade alert. It's a pretty cheap one too for members. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of a break from commentary. I'm still going to scan some charts and put this lunch away. All right, markets are tumbling here. SPY new lows. Every time I try taking a break, we're getting some action here. So we're up nicely on our IWM 240 puts, looking for TP1 coming into play very shortly here. We could get an impulse move down on the Russell. Could get a sharp move down here. Come on. SPY still super heavy. SPY is coming into an aggressive long level here. Hourly chart previous consolidation zone. You have the Russell coming back into its opening range here, high. So let's see if they want to bounce this market. Let me look at the 15-minute chart of SPY. Yeah, so SPY coming into it a little bit of an aggressive long level here. EMA 113. Interesting. I'd take a bit of a bounce trade on SPY into this vicinity, but you are seeing a nice little liquidation sell side plan on the Russell. Puts are still really expensive on the IWM as a whole. It's kind of interesting. Look at bigger. All right. Not a bad potential bounce here. Let me see the 15-minute. Good thing I waited, letting it go lower. FIGR continuing to grind to the downside here. Coming into its first little fib level for FIGR. Knife through that gap. Interesting little spot. That's for sure. Nvidia is still looking like it's going to the lows. Stub IPO is live. Ooh, StubHub? That's an interesting one. Yeah, look at that. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes already. Beautiful little sell there on the Russell. Beautiful little sell. Here we go. They're knifing the S&P 500. S&P 500 just had a nice impulse candle down, coming into some support here. We're testing a little bit of a previous range here. Look at them knife this S&P 500 market. All right, guys, I just trimmed a third of my IWM 240 puts there. $2. Nice job. Netting a nice little gain. Beautiful job. Look at them dumping this market. All right. Good stuff. I like it a lot. Beautiful decline there in the market. SPY's finding some support here, but IWM can still go lower. So again, members, I did take profits on the 240 IWM puts. Still have 66% of my contracts looking for another trim off the next little down move. Come on. TP2. SPY bouncing though. That's a good fall though. Come on, give us a little bit more, Russell. We are looking fairly heavy here. So 240 puts briefly tapped in the money there. Good job if you took those with us. Figures just getting dusted here. Below 37, first fib level. Looks kind of interesting here. Very interesting. All right, I'm going to take a stab at figure at a sweep of these lows here. I will take a stab at a sweep of these lows. I'm going to go in with a common share position, a half position at 36.55. 36.55. I will trade this on the long side as a starter position. Actually, let's make it 36.60. 36.60, that would sweep those lows. And then I'd add around 36 bucks, my second entry. Huge bounce on the Russell. Whoa. That is filthy. That is filthy. So I would take StubHub long around 23 Pierce. I wanted new lows on the session. IWM continuing to soften here. Big drop. So IWM gave us a high, low, a little bit of a lower low. So structurally, the trend in the Russell is starting to become a little bit more bearish intraday. Bigger's coming in. Bigger is coming in. S&P down 0.28, QQQ down 0.59. Hour and 12 minutes till the interest rate decision, and you have small caps now selling off sharply. China stocks are seeing a little bit of distribution. Google under pressure, Nvidia at the lows of the session. You got Broadcom AVGO down 4.44%. You entered stub at 23.50 its initial price. Okay, so basically right here on stub. Yep, so StubHub, brand new IPO. I actually don't mind the company. I'm not too sure what their revenue is going to be posting like, but makes sense. If consumer strength keeps pressing, then should catch a bid. All right, guys, I'm getting ready to scalp figure. This is aggressive, very aggressive, risky. I got two entries. Basically, each entry is 60 cents apart. 1.5% difference. Still got my IWM 240 puts, which are up nicely. Come on, I've been patient with this StubHub. Our figure. We're sweeping all of this bullish liquidity, a lot of volume there. Come on. A little bit more. Getting pretty oversold intraday. Nice little smaller time frame divergence. IWM going for a little bit of a newer low there. Come on. Keep going. Nvidia trying to catch a little bit of a bid. IWM still weak. Trying to hold around this opening range high. Still seeing a fair amount of sell side pressure, but they're trying to defend that OR high. We'll see if they want to give us another little flusher. Come on. You can see we're holding on to 2-minute chart support. It's your EMA on your 2-minute chart. Triggered a little bit of a nasty breakdown there. Figure, they're trying to bounce figure just pennies before my long level. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Whole close starting to get a little bit heavier itself, so nuclear stocks are coming under pressure. A little bit of distribution in China names. All right, IWM still coming lower. Beautiful. I think we're going to sweep this low pivot on IWM. A little bit of bullish liquidity to capture there. Nice decline on the Russell, guys. Our puts are acting very, very well. Very well. Good stuff. That's what I like to see. S&P 500 is trying to stabilize a little bit, but small caps are now seeing that distribution. Momentum in small cap land is running out of steam. So figure is now into a long level here, guys. I just picked up my first entry on figure. I still have IWM puts coming into target 2. So I am now long figure here, 36.57 entry, 36.57. All right, so members, I did trim another 1/3 of my IWM contracts, 240 puts. Another 1/3 of my IWM 240 puts. I have 33% of the position left. I've trimmed out 66% of the position, locking in profits, did a little liquidity sweep of that major pivot low, and now I'm long FIGR, common shares. I'm going to maintain a break-even stop loss on the rest of my 0DT IWM puts. In the event, look at that bounce there on FIGR. That's what I like to see. Come on. Pump us higher now. Still super, super duper weak. IWM trying to bounce. US dollar. Nat gas continuing to sell, guys. We continue to make money on KOLD. Getting close to trimming again, but nat gas is still weak. A little bit more distribution hitting the tape right now. IWM still going lower. They are absolutely melting this. Nice full on reversal. S&P 500 is still weak. StubHub back tested that $23 level. Briefly made a little bit of a new low, so you can see Stub is had a nice bounce off of that area. I briefly made a new little low there. All right, IWM is coming into a 3-minute chart support level. I really don't know if it'll hold or not. It's getting a little oversold intraday, and you're kind of still along that opening range high level. But it is getting heavy here, the Russell. Getting very, very heavy. S&P still looking heavy itself. It's now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours of sell side pressure in SPY. Your NASDAQ is now down 0.57. SPY is down 0.25. Bitcoin down 1. IWM still up 0.63. Beautiful. Russell getting smoked. This is all happening while the Dixie's not even moving, but you have your 10 and 2-year yield pressing. Beautiful. Our IWM puts have just absolutely printed, guys. Printed. Look at that. If you entered those 0 DTEs with us, congrats. For members. That was a member trade. All right. We're getting a little bit of a bounce here on FIGR off of our long level. Let's see if we can make a couple percentage points here off of a dead cap technical bounce intraday. IWM trying to shape up here. 100% Ram. S&P 500 trying to bounce just a touch. 1 o'clock time frame, they're probably going to give this market a little facelift, I would imagine. WBD looking pretty weak. Warner Bros. Discovery continuing to come down just a little bit. Nvidia is getting a nice bounce here. Tesla. Good. Trying to defend this opening candle here. Sarfraz saying QURX. What the heck did you do, Sarfraz? You liquidated your position? You pump and dumped me. Oh my god. You didn't tell me you were rug pulling me. I'm stuck up here at $8. No, I'm not. I'm kidding. But Sarfraz just did a pump and dump. He sold into everyone, collapsing the stock 82%. Nice job, Sarf. Way to do it. What is the news on this? Like, honestly, health technology, it's a pharma name, okay. Market cap was 254 million, minus 82%. Jeez. Oof. That is filthy. Oversold? I mean, maybe, but a name like this can keep selling even more. I'm telling you, they're gonna keep selling this. That's, I don't know, I can't really do anything with it. Maybe you get a dead cap, but odds are they're gonna keep selling it. Tough, tough one to fall. I don't even know what the news is on that one. It looks like maybe some sort of fraud or bad pharmaceutical drug, but not something I could even try to dead cap bounce. Um, that's a big sell. That's a really big sell. That's pretty filthy. So just be careful with that one. I personally, public offering $4 per share. Oh, okay. I mean, you got a bunch of gaps. If you're wanting to trade it, just understand there's a lot of inherent risk and be prepared for another potential gap down or spike down or halting. So it's a tough, tough name. But if you want to trade it, just use position management accordingly. I'm selling it here. That's my dead cat bounce for the day. Beautiful. I like that a lot. All right, guys, so I'm all out of my figure, hitting my TP, back testing a gap. It could go higher, but I'm just scalping here. That was the little bit of a day trade scalp, netting 2%. I sold about 500 shares, just over $400 on the trade to me. But that's it. Long level executed, and look, we're still pushing higher, but I'm all out. Just as a heads up, profits were secured. That was a nice little scalp. If you caught that with us, that one we were watching for quite a long time. We were patient with it. Yet again, another winner. So we've traded NatGas really successfully today. We've traded IONQ really successfully winner. We've traded IWM really successfully in the put options, and now we've won on figures. So it's been a 4-for-4 day. I'm going to take a breather here, wait for Fed because I want to execute some 0DTEs on the Fed announcement. I'm going to look at some of the some spreads in the indices to try to see which way we're going to go. I might even consider taking in advance of the meeting both upside and downside positions in anticipation that we often get a big spike or a drop and then a reversal. So maybe there's a chance that we can execute on both. But I'm going to see if we buy some far out of the money puts or calls if it makes sense. But great trading today. Really, really solid trading. 4-for-4 here in the live day trade room. Excellent job. Please hit that like button if you've made money. I'm still going to stay on here and watch this market as things progress, we are seeing the dollar trying to firm up just a touch here. SPY getting a good 10-minute chart bounce. Let's go to the 15-minute chart here, shall we? SPY hanging on to that 15-minute EMA 113. And for all the people that are tuning in here to the live stream, a quality long term investment that has a good technical chart setup and a fundamental backdrop that poises it to have extremely good growth and upside potential into 2026, 2027. We're talking about a nice 2 to 3 year long-term investment here. EXEL. I personally do hold common shares. That being said, I think that this stock has quite a bit of upside potential. You're breaking out of this bearish range now into your gap window. Minimum gap test is around that 44.30, which even from here would indicate about a double-digit gain, 10%. But in reality, I think by 2020, late 2026, 2027, this will be a $60 to $70 stock in that region. So strong fundamentals. Okay. That's your little free long-term pick of the session. Again, I'm just holding commons. That's a lower priced equity enough that still makes sense. All right, we'll flip back on the S&P 500 here. Nat gas continues to sell off, guys, so I'm still holding that KOLD. Oh, I forgot to mention the KOLD. That was another winning trade. Yeah, so KOLD is still pumping here, still pushing for 35 bucks, where I would like to potentially trim a little bit more. We'll see what happens there. All right, guys, 5 minutes till the interest rate decision. 25 bips is what is set to occur. I don't expect too much movement off of the actual interest rate hike. Maybe you get a little bit of a pop, but the big move is on Jerome Powell. The market will be waiting in anticipation for what color tie he is wearing. That's truly what's going to give us the market volatility. If it's purple, he's generally bullish. If anything else, this market will crash. No, I'm just kidding. In all seriousness, the market is going to be waiting for what Jerome Powell says in anticipation of how the curve is likely set to take place on the October and December meeting. So market will be looking for clues from Powell. He's generally very scripted. This isn't his first rodeo. He's been around the block numerous times. But that Fed curve is what the market is looking for. I did push that Federal Reserve projections inside the trading group chat, the free Telegram group, but nevertheless, how that curve will change into October and December is what the market's looking forward to. I'm going to do some quick push-ups and some squats before 2 o'clock. And obviously, again, I don't expect too big of a movement at 2. You'll get a little bit of volume, but typically you get the bigger move at 2:30 when he walks out on stage and starts speaking, okay? So I'm just going to do some push-ups here. Give me a few minutes and then we'll settle in for this rate cut. All right, we are moments away. Markets are getting a little bit of a facelift here. Big punch through on the IWM. Dixie's dropping like a rock. Quarter point rate cut. The Fed cuts rates by a quarter basis point. We are seeing a big spike to the upside. Wow, big spike all around the Russell 2000, pushing to the upside here. Huge, huge move. Dollar just cratered. Gold saw a nice bid. Stocks caught a decent pump there. Interestingly, we're seeing a big move here. Let me take a peek at this Fed watch tool, see if any sort of expectations are changing. We are seeing the markets pushing, but it is a quarter pip. Big spike. That is a bit of a short the pop zone. I wasn't expecting that big of a move, surprisingly, but that's what it gets. Again, let me see what's happening here. So, still really the same on the Fed watch tool. You have had the 10-year yield and 2-year yield fall sharply. A quick liquidity grab there for the major markets. S&P seeing some sell side pressure. Pretty decent sized fall to begin with. Federal Reserve cuts interest rates by a quarter basis point, and markets had a big spike. So a decent sized move there. Really decent sized move. S&P looking to press a little bit higher here. Crude oil falling, US dollar still down. Everything is pretty much seeing a nice bid here. S&P and IWM are pushing right back up. You are into a short zone here for the Russell, but the Russell, look what it's taken out. Its previous little high pivot, it's breaching through that resistance like a champ. Dollar cratering. S&P 500 starting to trend. Look at the Russell squeezing, SPY going for new highs. S&P 500 almost made a move. IWM absolutely flying to the high side. We will see what Powell suggests come 2:30. We will be streaming the conference live here. Again, members, I did enter a bit of a lotto trade on the S&P 500. A lotto trade. Right now, markets are full-fledged rally mode. Full-fledged rally mode. Pumping to the high side. Look at the IWM. Removing everything. Look at what the Russell just did, guys. What did the Russell just take out? It's December 2024 highs. IWM finally makes new all-time highs, joins the major indices, and presses to the high side. Stunning price action. Whoops, sorry, that was the wrong group. So really big push in the overall equity markets. Stunning rally to the upside. Things are looking like they're in beast mode. A little bit of top wick distribution. Markets are still trying to settle out here. Very strong move. Dixie making new lows, new 52-week lows for the US dollar. 2-year yield has cratered. 10-year yield has cratered. Gold still holding some technical structure and price. Let's see if they turn this into one big FOMO rally and reversal. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. NVIDIA actually getting sold into here. Big boy on deck getting sold into. Let me just make sure. Okay, perfect. We got some audio for PAL. We got the audio going. All right. Big move up. Will they drop this market lower? Let's see. You still have Qs are negative on the tape still. Markets are still holding some technical strength. Your S&P 500, huge volume on that candle. What a ripper. What a ripper on that candle, guys. Softening up, Dixie's still falling lower, VIX is getting smashed, Qs are still down 0.26, IWM up over 2% on the session for the Russell. NVIDIA getting sold into pretty sharply. Here comes some S&P Top wick distribution starting. Al is still yet to speak. Yep, they do. They look really interesting, Ram. I sent out an alert to the live trading group already. Again, just understand if you're trading any sort of zero DTEs, treat them as a lotto play because that's exactly what this event is. It's designed to either basically lose, a bunch of capital or you make a huge home run hit. So you size down. You don't need a lot of capital if you're buying out of the money puts to make a crap ton. You don't need a lot of capital to buy out of the money calls to make a crap ton. Basically, keep your risk down because this is a vol expansion move. We get wide ranges. We've seen a wide range to the upside. If we just look at this type of an expansion move, and we extrapolate that forward, you could easily see that to the downside. It could take us lower, but for now, the market is holding some structure. Getting sold into just a little bit off of that hype pump. Nvidia seeing a bit of a 15-minute bearish engulfing. QQQ still negative. SPY hanging on by a thread. Yep. Then I think 660s look good. For sure. Your Dixie still getting slapped around. VIX is catching a decent sized bid off of the lows. US dollar still exceptionally weak. New 52-week lows on the US dollar. Dollar if you holla. Nvidia looking heavy though. Real heavy. Let's look at financials, how they're reacting. LDI coming in. KRE pumping. XLF still staying strong. Yep. Let's look at JP Morgan. How's the big bank reacting to this? Big bank, initial spike and drop. Coming in. Coming in. Coming in, guys. Let's see if this becomes a buy the rumor, sell the news. Again, I entered the trade that I entered, live trade. It's a bit of a lotto. I took SPY 652 0 DTE puts. I took a fill at 22 cents. So we're already up about 100, almost 100% on that trade with members. But I'm looking for more. I want this to crush it down to the lows. Again, member trade, we're up 100%. I'm not trimming though yet. I want more. I want the lows to be breached on SPY, looking like we will breach those lows. Look at SPY coming in now. All right, we're 100% on our SPY puts. Beautiful. Come on down, SPY. Give me 1,000%er. Come on. Come on. Drop it. Drop it. Let's go. New lows on SPY. Look at that. Come on, SPY. Come on. Keep going. Imagine they take the Russell negative after making new all-time highs. That would be filthy. China stocks are getting destroyed right now. BABA coming in hard. SPY coming in even harder. Let's go. We're up 200%, guys. Let's go. Oh my goodness, these are printing. Come on, gap fill. Fill that gap, SPY. Fill it. Boom! Look at that, guys. I just trimmed 1/3 of my position at 72 cents. Bang, bang. Still riding. Look at that. Moving stop loss to break even. Huge banger already from 22 cents to 70 cents. Amazing little trade there. $225% profit there on my first trim on SPY. Bang, bang. Again, that was sent out to the live trading group. Moneymaker, we shorted it pretty much at the high here, around 661 at that pop. I still think SPY is going to go lower, guys. Huge trade. And let's see if we can print. Basically, the trade for me is now risk-free. I have a stop loss in place at 22 cents break even. And honestly, I could see this going down. You got a head and shoulders pattern that's trying to trigger here. If this plays out, we're looking at a 654. We haven't even had Powell speak yet. Imagine Powell comes out dovish, or sorry, hawkish, and starts slapping this market. Look at the reversal in this equity as well. LDI getting absolutely demolished. This is another member short trade that we just took today. Absolute filthy, filthy price action. Nasty. Look at Broadcom. Our AVGO 340 puts are almost in the money. Oh, man. Oracle down 3.27. Open still up 8. That's coming in though. JP Morgan seeing some top wick distribution. IWM getting a really fat candle. You got SPY down 0.3, QQQ down 0.82, IWM still up 1.12, NVIDIA down 3.35. That is crazy. Look at the bounce on SPY. Be careful, we could still go lower. This is some nasty, nasty sell side pressure. Really big bounce, but what are the chances we get sold into? SPY did make a new 5-minute low close, looking for a 10-minute bearish close below this lower low. This candle closes in 2 minutes. Bang, bang. Beautiful. Come on, take us lower. Come on, SPY, take us lower. Break this, close it, get a bearish close. Nat gas is trying to firm up, crude oil dumping. OCO now down 4.1, WDC seeing some selling, Warner Bros down. Baba, big wick down. Google down 1.6. Big Bear AI coming down a couple percent. ONDS falling 4.1. NVIDIA catching a nice stick. Trying to hold steady here. Come on, SPY. Come down. Come down a little bit more. Next leg lower. That's a nasty. Powell is set to come out in 15 minutes. So look at this bearish candle close on SPY 15-minute chart. You did get a lower low on the 15-minute chart, but they are trying to defend price pretty steadily here. Gold getting Apple still slightly green, but coming in. Big bounce. So I sent out the short alert to members right at 2:03. 2:03 is when I entered the SPY 652 Lotto put option. Basically right on this candle and pew. And I told members we would look for a trim into gap fill. And you bounce nicely off that level. Getting a pretty decent bounce, but again, we'll see if Powell wants to slap us lower. This is kind of the usual reaction on the interest rate decision. You get a move up and then a move down, and then you kind of go back to settling into where you were previously trading, which is what's happening right now. Nat gas getting a really fat candle. Make sure you protect your KOLD if you're short. Come on down, S&P. Give us some new lows. Give us new lows. Wilds is down 10%. Wow. How is Figure? F-I-G-R. And we will be playing Jerome live commentary, guys. SPY is still looking heavy here. Come on. We haven't even tapped our 7-day moving average yet on SPY. Come on, press us lower. Press us lower. Buy the rumor. Sell the news. Buy the rumor. Sell the news. Pump us down. Yields collapsing. VIX catching a bid. Bitcoin down 1.23. Tesla down 1.5. Meta down 1.38. Google down 1.62. Apple looking like it wants to go negative. Microsoft down 0.38. Nvidia falling down 2.92. Amazon down 1.52. IWM still absolutely strong. Come on, pump us down. Pump us down, SPY. New lows. New lows incoming. Come on. Take us downtown. Tapping that 7-day moving average, that's sitting right around here, the 656.60-ish. We're right back testing that gap fill zone again. Upsloping trend line. You are seeing some accumulation. Hitting the tape here in this market. SPY's bouncing yet again off of support as the market is expecting Jerome Powell to come out and save it. So if they pump this market up again on Powell, I'll look to re-short it again, but it would have to take out the high. Okay? It would have to retake out the high. Right, I'm saying I'm 70 cents away from my 656 puts close break even. Well, they're getting a really big push right now. So volatility is sucked out. Make sure you keep a break even on those puts if you're in. We're still seeing the S&P 500 seeing a really big bid here. Really big bid back to the upside. I think now 656 puts look more enticing if we push up. That's probably the better trade. If we were to get a big push, 656s look intriguing. Crude oil dumping. Nat gas trying to push up. Dixie trying to firm up. Gold has turned back to the negative side. Wild price action, but look at that. We're now waiting on Jerome Powell. We're right back into a zone where we were previously trading, and that is it. 7 minutes till Powell. 7 minutes till Powell, ladies and gents. They saved that market. It was going to get nasty there. That was looking like a nasty breakdown. They absolutely saved it, guys. Again, I would not enter until Powell steps on stage because now we're back sort of trading previously to the big move up and big move down. We're in no man's land. I'm about to get stopped out at break even on my runners, but we caught a nice dump there. A really nice dump. Crazy move. Let's see what the curve is looking like. So that already occurred today. So look at the October meeting, a 93% chance of a 25 basis point cut, 93%. And then for the December, you have another 25 bip. So 25, 25. So still majority of the market pricing in another 50 basis points. 5 minutes till Powell. 5 minutes till Powell. IWM still hanging in there. Dollar's trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Crude oil still softening. I need some water and then we'll tune in Powell here, guys. 4 minutes. Standing up for Powell because he'll be standing up. Still seeing this market coming under a bit of pressure. Again, I think if we get a pump, guys, I'll look for 655 0 DTEs, but I'm waiting for Powell. I'm not entering any sort of a trade until we get J Powell. All right, they're pumping us. And I got stopped out on my runners there. My 652s got stopped out at break even on the runners, so 225% on first trim into that gap fill, and they've pumped us right back up to the high side here. Powell in 2 minutes. Powell in 2 minutes till show time. Let's get ready for J Powell. We got Powell coming up. Markets are still showing resiliency. S&P 500 trying to rip to the upside here. We are getting very shortly. SPY still acting well. All right, meeting is starting here. Let's see what color tie he's gonna wear, guys. Jay Powell coming out. Where is he? Where is he? Market's not liking the delay. Here he comes. Purple tie. We got it. Purple tie, ladies and gents.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. While the unemployment rate remains low, it has edged up. Job gains have slowed, and downside risks to employment have risen. At the same time, inflation has risen recently and remains somewhat elevated.
Bearish.
In support of our goals, and in light of the shift in the balance of risks, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has moderated. GDP rose at a pace of around 1.5% in the first half of the year, down from 2.5% last year. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. In contrast, business investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from last year's pace. Activity in the housing sector remains weak. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.6% this year and 1.8% next year, a touch stronger than projected in June. In the labor market, the unemployment rate edged up to 4.3% in August, but remains little changed over the past year at a relatively low level. Payroll job gains have slowed significantly to a pace of just 29,000 per month over the past 3 months. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and lower labor force participation. Even so, labor demand has softened, and the recent pace of job creation appears to be running below the break-even rate needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. In addition, wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, the marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers is unusual. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen. In our SEP, the median projection for the unemployment rate is 4.5% at the end of this year and edges down thereafter. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.7% over the 12 months ending in August, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 3.0% this year and falls to 2.6% in 2026 and to 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by 1/4 percentage point to 4 to 4.25%, and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to ensure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. With downside risks to employment having increased, the balance of risks has shifted. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance. With today's decision, we remain well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate, based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario for the economy. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.6% at the end of this year, 3.4% at the end of 2026, and 3.1% at the end of 2027. This path is 1/4 percentage point lower than projected in June. As is always the case, these individual forecasts are subject to uncertainty, and they're not a committee plan or decision. Policy is not on a preset course.
Dump it. Dump it.
The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals.
I'm writing
Thank you.
SPY
I look forward to our
655 puts.
discussion.
Member live trade, enter at 59 cents right off of PDL retest.
Great. Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. As you know, Fed Governor Stephen Myron has kept his position at the White House, even as he's joined the Fed board. This is the first time, I believe, the Fed's board has had someone with executive branch ties in decades. Does this compromise the Fed's independence from day-to-day politics? And relatedly, how can you maintain the public's perception the Fed is politically independent with this dynamic? Thank you.
So we did welcome a new committee member today, as we always do, and the committee remains united in pursuing our dual mandate goals. We're strongly committed to maintaining our independence, and beyond that, I really don't have anything to share.
Okay, and then just as a quick follow-up, I'm sorry, can you and other Fed officials have spoken extensively about the impact of tariffs on inflation, although perhaps with many companies appearing to eat the tariffs, tariffs may be impacting the labor market and other parts of the economy instead. Do you see that as a possible outcome here, that tariffs are the reason we're seeing some slowing, particularly in the labor market, rather than in inflation? Thank you.
You know, it's certainly possible. You know, we're beginning to see, we have begun to see goods prices showing through into higher inflation, and actually the increase in goods prices accounts for most of the increase in inflation, or perhaps all of the increase in inflation over the course of this year. Those are not very large effects at this point, and we do expect them to continue to build over the course of the rest of the year and into next year. And you know, it's also possible that there may be effects on employment, but that I would say if you're looking at why employment is doing what it's doing, that's much more about the change in immigration. So the supply of workers has obviously come way down. There's very little growth, if any, in the supply of workers. And at the same time, demand for workers has also come down quite sharply.
Let's go, Nulos, come on.
And to the point where we see what I've called a curious balance. You know, typically when we say things are in balance, that sounds good. But in this case, the balance is because both supply and demand have come down quite sharply.
Here we go. We just ripped through 100%.
Now demand coming down a little more sharply because we now see the unemployment rate edging up.
Nick Timrose of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, do economic conditions and the balance of risks no longer warrant a restrictive policy setting?
Beautiful.
So I don't think we can say that. But what we can say is this, that over the course of this year, we've kept our policy at a restrictive level, and people have different views, but a clearly restrictive level, I would say. So, and we were able to do that over the course of this year because the labor market was in very solid condition with strong job creation and all those
Making
things.
lower lows, lower
I think
highs.
if you go back to April and now look at the revised job creation numbers for May, June, July, and August, I can no longer say that. So what that means is that the risks were clearly tilted toward inflation. I would say they're moving toward equality. Maybe they're not quite out of equality. We don't need to know that. But we do know that they've moved meaningfully toward greater equality, the risks between the two goals, and that suggests that we should be moving in the direction of neutral, and that's what we did today.
Under what circumstances would a larger than 25 basis points rate cut be warranted?
Oh, we're dumping.
And how seriously was that
Either room or
option
sell the news.
entertained at your meeting this week?
There wasn't widespread support at all for a 50
tired.
basis point cut today. You know, I think we've done very large rate hikes and very large rate cuts in the last 5 years, and you tend to do those at a time when we feel that policy is a place and needs to move quickly to a place. That's not at all fate, and see.
We're making lower lows, lower highs on the session, guys. Uh-oh. Sorry about the video. Lagging here. I don't know why I lost the speed.
Kind of be in place. I guess I'm just, trying to square the shift in the rate forecast in the SEP.
Let's go. New lows. Dumping. Fuck yeah. Contracts are ripping, guys. We're up over 100% there with members. IWM. Can they take the Russell
towards
negative?
more cuts than just 3 months ago, with the fact that the forecast for unemployment didn't change.
Wow. Look at the Dixie. Ripping. Oh my goodness. Crazy.
Yeah, I think you could think of this in a way as a risk management cut, because if you look at the SEP.
Sorry guys, the stream is lagging pretty sharply here. There's just so much action happening on the charts. Things are absolutely knifing. Apple is frozen. S&P 500 at the lows, looking like it wants to go lower. It can still go much lower here. We are violating some key levels. It looks like they want to take this market negative on the Russell, hitting some hourly chart support, coming into a fib level. 655 puts are printing. I don't know why Powell's frozen. Sorry about that, guys.
Actually, the projections for growth next actually ticked up just.
Let's change the settings here. Too many charts open, eating up my Wi-Fi. Overall, the S&P is trying to find some support at that 7-day moving average. We are creating lower lows, lower highs. We've done a nasty bearish engulfing candle on the S&P 500 and IWM. Look at that topping tail. Buy the rumor, sell the news. I'm still writing 655 0 DTEs with members. We took 225% on our 652 puts. Then we waited for a PDL retest, shorted that again. 655 puts look like they should push in the money here. Come on, we're up about 100%. Looking for more though. Come on. Come on. I want these 655s to get in the money. That's the best playbook, is to wait for the big reactions and fade it or long it depending on what it is. Now we had an initial move up. It got faded. Then we had a big bounce. It got faded and gave us lower lows. Notice how The initial move to the upside got faded, gave us a lower low. You tried bouncing, failed to make a higher high. Now you're getting absolutely crushed here. Look at the Russell 2000. Can they push the IWM negative? Dump this market. Let's go. I don't even know what Powell's saying. This live stream is just going bananas on me. But I don't care. I'm making money on the put side. It's all negative. He started off the tape by basically saying his two conflicting policy narratives, whether it's maintaining a strong labor market and inflation was upticking, they were kind of contradicting each other. And that's where the Fed is stuck in between a rock and a hard place. So whenever those two metrics of policies conflict, it really puts some pressure on the overall Fed. Look at these 655 puts, members. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong person, JP. I'm messaging you. What a dump. Here we go. Up a full dollar on these contracts. Everything is getting liquidated right now. Nvidia new lows, Dixie ripping. VIX is still negative. Can they push the VIX green? Can they push the IWM red? Look at the IWM, guys. What a nasty buy the rumor, sell the news type of candle on the Russell. This freaking stream just sucks right now on the Federal Reserve site here. I don't know why. I think there's just too much market volatility. That it's all of my charts are going absolutely bonkers here, just with red.
Every all the individual forecasts say that. We can't just assume that, though, right?
What a clinical back test. And this is what I said in the chat. I said it may be a good idea to short the next pop.
We have
what was
to,
that next pop?
our job
That
is
pop
literally
was
to
that
make sure that that
PDL
is what
retest
happens, and
and
we will
rejection.
do that job.
Clinical.
Right now, the situation we're in is that we see inflation, we continue to expect it to move up, maybe not as high as we would have expected it to move up a few months ago. The pass-through of the tariffs into inflation has been slower and smaller. The labor market has.
A little bit of a buy the dip coming in. They're trying to save this market, but trust me, it is heavy. They got inflation. They got unemployment rising.
So the case for there being a persistent.
Damn, this Federal Reserve stream sucks. Or it's my Wi-Fi doing too much for me. Big bounce on that S&P 500 candle. You have Big Berry I down. Apple's still holding positive. Nvidia down 3.1. Amazon down 1.6. Microsoft down 0.2. IWM still positive, up by 0.66. Big fat candle bounce. QQQ down by 0.7. SPY down by 0.38. Getting a really big bounce. I would still be very careful with calls, but we are getting a big bounce. Bitcoin still down 1.1. 10-year yield pushing up 0.79. 2-year yield up 0.51. Dixie is turning back to the green side. I would still be very careful about chasing this market on the long side today. Natural gas getting sold into. Crude oil getting sold into. Things are looking pretty filthy. I still think we could take out the lows yet again. It's looking like they're going to sell this market for the rest of the session, guys. It's looking like they're going to sell this market. Why aren't you loading, pal? Wow, that's sorry about the stream, guys, but nevertheless, our 655 puts are still
low
up almost 100%. Could have taken about 150% at the lows, but I think 655s will get in the money. The bearish target today is 652.38, which could play out. It could. It's going to take a lot, but it could play out. Here comes new lows. Come on. Chop us down, SPY. Chop us down. They're trying to defend it here. They are trying to defend it. Sitting right on that 7-day moving average for that S&P 500. IWM still dripping lower. Looks like they want to take that Russell negative. That would be the nastiest bearish engulfing fake breakout of all time, guys. That Russell chart is looking filthy. They absolutely snaking people today. History is repeating itself where a major Federal Reserve rate cut is becoming a buy the rumor, sell the news. This is what we have been positioning ourselves for with options trades, accumulating a whole bunch of short trades. We took puts today. Yep, markets are going to drill to the downside, guys. This could be a nasty sell side event. I'm telling you. Lower lows, lower highs. It's a tough trend to fight. A lot of people are so conditioned to buy the dip, and I feel like they're just going to keep selling into us. I mean, we're right now below the 7-day. You are hitting a fib level and an hourly chart support, but look at this bearish reversal on the Russell. SPY has been weak all day. Same thing with the Qs. But the Russell has been strong, and now the Russell's looking to go negative, so that's telling me that now you're starting to see high growth stocks, the stocks that are risky, are getting liquidated. And what's crazy about this, guys, you look at where the markets are, and the VIX, UVXY, isn't even green yet. It's still down 2%. So imagine if they take the VIX green, where we're going to be. Look at what's happening to the Dixie right now. Huge reversal. Oh my God. So wait till the VIX turns green, and then we're probably going to be near a little bit of a dead cat bounce on the equity markets. But things are getting liquidated. Oh, they're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater after this one. His commentary was bearish. Inflation upticking, unemployment upticking. What the heck? You got both policy mandates kind of conflicting with each other. Our 655 puts are ripping, guys. Absolutely ripping. Let's go. Entered at 59 cents. They're now trading at $1.58. Beautiful. Stunning, stunning price action. Absolutely crushing it on FOMC. It's one of my favorite days to trade. I think I've made money on the last 6 or 7 FOMCs straight. I'm on a tear for FOMCs. $1.75 on these contracts. 655 puts are in the money, members. I'm taking a trim here at $1.77. Gonna leave 2 running contracts on the table. Beautiful job. Let's see if we can get to that bear target. Huge, huge move. Stop loss in the money for my trade. I got $1.18 stop loss on my 655 SPY put. Look at the reversal on the IWM. Holy moly, this is what dreams are made of. This is what dreams are made of, ladies and gents. My, oh my. So I took a 200% trim there. Still writing these contracts down. I got 2 contacts. I've trimmed the majority of my 655 puts. They are in the money quite nicely. Nvidia continuing to make new lows. IWM getting absolutely slaughtered. Slaughtered. I would not step in front of this freight train until we hit this hourly chart support on the Russell around 235 and change. Things are getting real filthy here. Real filthy. So we've netted a really solid trade here, guys. 225% on the first drop, 200% on the second drop, and still printing. Amazing, amazing. IWM backtesting its up-sloping wedge formation. IWM has gone negative on the tape. They're probably going to try to defend it here, but we still have a whole sour hour ahead of us. I mean, my oh my. Nat gas is continuing to sell. I still have longs in KOLD looking for a trim at this 35.12 level. It did hit my TP2 target, but I think we can get a little bit more downside. We are seeing some massive liquidations across the board right now. Nice little buy the dip coming into play. Come on, give us new lows, markets. Give us new lows. I'd love to see this bearish head and shoulders target price come into play. Crude oil getting absolutely slaughtered on. VIX is still negative. All mega caps are now underwater. Apple's even turned negative, so we could still see more selling. They're trying to defend price here just a little bit. Micron down, AVGO still down 4.2, BABA still up 1.8, Open still up 6%, but fading from the highs. Google down 1.12, BBAI down 3.5, MongoDB down a few percentage points. Everything is starting to see some heavy distribution, big wick buying energy coming into play though. Let's see if they want to sell us right into every single pop. It does seem like we are in a short the pop for the rest of the day. Backtesting its daily chart 7 moving average on SPY. The bulls are trying to recapture this key moving average, but like I said, we could be in a short to pop. S&P getting a really sizable bid here. What crazy volatility we are experiencing. Absolute insane volatility. Your US dollar taking a bit of a breather. Still looking heavy though. The markets. They pushed the Russell 2000 back to the green side. The level that I gave my members to trim, our put options was 655.10. 655.10 is where I said to trim. And that is basically down right here. Big bounce on that S&P 500. That's crazy. Huge bounce. They are ripping it back up. They're going to close SPY green today. It's down 0.4%. Gas still continuing to fall. SPY is ripping. We'll see. It's a long shot for them to close green. Stranger things have happened. I'd be shocked. I still think there's time to go back down to the lows. This is another short to pop area. Right off of this zone. It's an aggressive short. You can keep a tight stop loss, but this is a short zone. P 657.40 is a aggressive short zone. But look at that tail candle wick. Trying to recapture some support levels. You've busted through that upsloping trend line. What a reversal there on SPY. A million in volume off that 10-minute candle. Let's see the retrace down. Typically after a bottoming candle like that, you get a retrace. If they snake that liquidity, that would be just downright dirty. But big reversal there. Big reversal. Yeah, that's unfortunately having some issues there on that stream. The press conference is still going. They're obviously giving it a facelift here. Opening range high back test. Back testing this previous area. SPY is trying to firm up
Limit
in the
is
face of things.
He's now chairman of the Fed.
Let's mute that. Again, SPY puts look juicy here again. 655s look really good. We could easily do a 50% retrace and come back lower. I don't think they're going to close the market green. That's just my personal opinion. Still have the Dixie pushing. Interestingly enough, VIX is still under a lot of pressure. So that's a positive for the market, is that the UVXY is just getting liquidated. So maybe they do want to push it up. SPY trying to go back to PDL. This is where I shorted it last time. But I'd wait it. The next aggressive short is back to our opening range. So we did see harsh rejection off of prior day low, off of this candle here. But what a bounce. I mean, from puts to calls, everyone in between. Huge, huge swings. If you didn't take profits, trades made underwater. We're seeing a little bit of rejection off of that prior day low again. I'm personally going to look to reshort the market off of this OR low if we push up there. IWM still looking a little bit heavy. Your US dollar softening. Crude oil trying to stabilize. Nat gas still selling. Bitcoin down 1.19%. Tesla trying to go green. Can you believe Tesla's trying to go green? Meta up 0.5. Tesla just turned green. Apple turned green. Microsoft green. IWM still holding on to positive price. Nvidia struggling, still down 2.68. Amazon down 1.53. Google down 0.68%. But you're getting some stocks that are trying to go positive on the tape. Crazy day. Still a ton of time for a big market move. They could easily push us to new all-time highs, or they could easily push us to new lows on the session. A ton of time left in this market, guys. Dollar still making that bullish reversal. 10-year yield is up 0.84. 2-year yield is up 0.88. IWM still up 0.5%. It's on the equity markets pushing right back up. Gold is still struggling. That's down 0.9%. Still above 36.56. Bitcoin still holding 115. SPY and Qs are still negative. VIX is still down 4.5%. Remarkable. Dollar starting to soften. This could be helpful for the market. They've saved SPY from tumbling so far. We'll see if this turns into a big liquidity grab before they sell into it. Prior day low is being a tough level for the bulls today. I was tempted to short it there, but I'm looking for an OR low retest. Opening range low is where I will jump back into a small lotto trade. A small lotto trade. They're still trying to give this market a bit of a facelift. SPY only down 0.15%. Basically SPY back inside that little previous consolidation range. Pretty amazing. I'm going to take 656 SPY puts, 0 DTEs, sized for 0, off of this OR low. Come on, get there. Get there. They defended the 7-day moving average on SPY. You knifed pretty hard. But that was defended with fierce, bullish buying. Buy the dip is still alive and strong. Basically, I'm just going to roll some of my profits on the first two previous shorts into yet again another short trade here. Come on, it's almost there. Oh, don't tell me they're going to miss me by a few pennies there. And this is high risk, not a lot of time left in the session. Buying well out of the money puts. It's extremely high risk. Don't go in if you can't afford to lose. And if you do go in, there it is, guys. I am now short. I am now short. Small size lotto. They are ripping this market right back up here. Sorry, not 6,566. It's 656. LOL. See if they want to give us some rejection. US dollars pulled back. IWM, phenomenal bounce. A little bit of selling off of that OR. Come on, take us back down. Give us another lower high. Give us another lower high, which could set up another lower low. Come on. Come on. Give us some more downside. That was a huge V-shaped bounce. You got a lot of people bulled back up again. Come on. Come on. Push it down. Push it down. Dixie still curling down. Back under prior day low. Come on. Keep going. Keep going. Push her. Reverse it. Get us back under 659. Come on. IWM. Still seeing some distribution. SPY is still negative. Yeah, it looks like they're trying to close it, but we'll see. It's got a lot of time. 50 minutes. We could see what happens here. Looks like they want to try to give it a facelift. Obviously, a lot of buy the dippers coming back in. That's a V-shaped bounce if I've ever seen one. Dixie still softening just a little bit. 10 and 2-year yield. Still seeing positive price. IWM struggling at that opening range high. SPY seeing a little bit of sellers off that opening range low. Come on, you should at least get even a retrace of this V-shaped bounce. Like, that was crazy bounce. That was an epic bounce, guys. You know, a 50% retrace takes us back to 657. Come on. Chop us back down. Chop us back down. Is this another lower high, guys? Markets are doing what? Always searching for higher highs or lower lows. Right now we got a high, a lower high, a potential another lower high. Come on. Lose PDL. Get back under 659. And we should dump down to this area, 658, pretty quickly. IWM getting heavier. Russell 2000 still positive. S&P and Q's negative. Trying to defend this prior day low. Retest this 7-day. Still seeing Nvidia trying to press. Apple green, Microsoft green, and Tesla green. Interesting price action. All right, we're losing PDL. This is where more sell side pressure can come into play. Come on. Come on. Keep pushing. Keep pushing it down. A little bit more. Go, 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 go. A lot of clusters of moving averages on the 10-minute chart sitting here. Looking pretty nasty. Your Dixie catching another fat candle up. 10-year yield is ripping now. Alright, this is where we could see. This is going to be a make or break moment. We're either going to get a really big push down or we're going to get a nice reversal to the upside. We're not going to stay in this range. It's going to be a big move. I'm betting to the downside. It's been a really sharp V-shaped bounce. You're starting to get sold into here. Come on. Puts are printing. Here we go. This is beautiful. Beautiful. Take us back down to the 7-day MA. Come on, here we go. Amazing. We're almost up 100% on these puts. Called out live here. Can we go 3 for 3? Shorting each pop on the S&P 500 here. We shorted this pop. We shorted this pop. We're now shorting this pop. We are fading each little liquidity grab and reversal zone. If you want to protect your trade, I am deep in the money, almost pushing 100%. I would encourage you to protect it. Don't let it go against you at this point, but I'm going to write it down. 656s are now up 100%. Thank you very much. Please hit that like button on the stream, guys. Another banger I gave you. I telegraphed it. I said I'm shorting off of this opening range low. Again, if you're wanting to trim, I'm going to look for more gains though because I'm playing with profits. I'm going to be super greedy, super greedy. My first trim target on these 656s is off of the 7-day moving average. All I'm going to do is keep a break-even stop. I'll trim half of my contracts off of the 7-day, and then I'm going to look for new lows, guys. Here we go. We are pushing 105%. Come on. Let's go. Contracts are ripping here. IWM, are they going to take it back to the dark side? They look like they want to take it negative again. Dixie trying to press. 2-year yield up 1. 10-year yield back up 1%. Nat gas still falling. Crude oil still falling. Come on, take it slower. Tesla green. Apple, Microsoft green. So you're seeing a little bit of that liquidity coming out of small caps flying back into your mega cap tech. Big bounce there in the overall S&P 500. Come on. Fake bounce. Push us lower. It's a nice little 10-minute sell side candle. Trying to bounce it here on the 5-minute chart. Entered XPSS with 10K. I think we get a pullback. Nice. Nice job. Dixie still trying to make a bit of a bullish reversal. Potential little bottoming tail forming on the US dollar chart. Gold is certainly reacting. Gold finally seeing one of its bigger down days in quite a long time. Down 1%. S&P 500 right back up. Really tough to fade any of these bulls. This market has been a beast, an absolute beast. Mega cap tech is slowly narrowing the divergence between SPY, Qs, and Russell. So as the SPY and Qs aren't really seeing much sell side, you're getting the IWM seeing a little bit more of that distribution. Big push back higher here on the S&P 500. Prior day low retest. They're trying to keep this market buoyant. 45 minutes left in the tape. Powell is still on stage. They're giving a nice facelift on the S&P. Beautiful. Beautiful curveballs. Glad you caught that. S&P 500 looking a little bit more bullish here, trying to hold steady into a lot of resistance here, but it's trying to eat itself through. You're seeing some strength creeping back into Nvidia. Tesla's absolutely ripping here. Apple, Microsoft pushing. Google trying to push. So mega cap tech is getting some strength. You are seeing the IWM capital rotating back into your QQQ stocks. That's what is being observed right now. Huge volatility in this market, but overall, S&P trying to go green here. Cabin's calling it. Amazing. IONQ, KOLD, FIGR, SPY. Yeah, I'm 7 for 7 today. It doesn't always work out that way, but I'm 7 for 7 today trading, day trading, scalping. Trust me, it doesn't always work out that way. But today has been phenomenally. The market has been good to me. I appreciate it. You know, it's always nice little gift as my birthday is approaching. Seeing some really good moves in the markets, but it's been a great session for me. From IONQ to 3 different SPY trades to figure. We got that figure pop. We shorted nat gas. It's been really good. Really good. So you just got to stay humble. Thank the market when you're in profit because it can humble you pretty quickly. And there will be quite a bit to discuss. I will have a members video out a little bit later. We will go through basically what just transpired today. We'll look at the curve, we'll look at the dollar, we'll look at the rates because this is a big macro event that just or is unfolding as we speak. So it's important to see where this market closes. We'll look at some of the volume trends. There'll be quite a bit to discuss. It's really important to, after a big macro event, to continue to look through the market to see what type of charts have changed, what type of signals are the bond market giving us, Are commodities giving us signals? So there will be lots to discuss today. From a macro standpoint. We'll also look at how the over the next couple days it'll be important to see really how the bond market reacts. So it's kind of counterintuitive, right? You have I'll save it for the video. I'll save it for the video. But S&P 500, nice bounce, really sharp bounce, back up, guys. Really impressive bounce. SPY still struggling off that opening range low. Looking like it wants to try to work itself through there. I don't know, it's looking like it's trying to. Trust me, I mean, this bounce happened in 5, 10, 15-minute bounce. So we still have 40 minutes left. Could easily revisit the lows, or you could easily take out the highs. Powell's still on stage. It seems like they're keeping this market buoyant until he leaves. So that a reporter, no one can say, hey, Powell, the market's crashing. Let's see what's happening here. We'll refresh this link. My computer's not liking this stream. I apologize about that, guys. Yeah. It ain't liking it. I should just go on YouTube directly. On the Fed website. Let's go on to... But honestly, I heard what I needed to hear in the morning session. Basically, they're stuck in between a rock and a hard place, you know. Inflation and employment. Nat gas still under pressure, down 1.24%. I am going to look to close out this KOLD. It's kind of just stabilizing here, although nat gas is still looking positive, guys. I'm going to look to close out my cold here. I'm taking full profits on my nat gas short, just under 4.6%. So I'm all out of that short trade on nat gas for now. We'll look to reassess just because nat gas still has a strong chart pattern. We can always re-enter a trade, but I'm all out of nat gas. KOLD closing my position right now. All right. So we'll reassess. So Powell is done. And the markets are still stabilizing. If you're wanting to take a YOLO put option, probably 657 puts are going to be your best bet. Right now, 657s are priced at 20 cents a con. Again, this would be a YOLO lotto. I'll take what if we sweep this high here, I'll take it, okay? Kind of a sweep of these two pivots, opening range high. I will take yet again another lotto put play, 657s, okay? 657 contracts at a sweep of these highs, and I'm going to keep it light. Again, I'm playing with profits. I'll probably only take about 10 contracts, just so you understand. It's a small position. All right, there's the liquidity sweep. All right, I'm in. I'm in at 14 cents, guys. 14 cents, 657 0 DTEs. 657 0 DTEs. This is size for loss. Size for loss. Come on, I want 100%. Come on, give it to me. They're trying. They are really, really trying to keep this market firm here. IWM pushing. SPY is green. Nice call out there, Cabin. Cabin said SPY would go green. SPY has gone green. NVIDIA trying to pump. Still a lot of resistance here. Come on, take us back down. A lot of stocks have firmed up off of the lows. You were seeing epic volatility, big drops, bigger pops. Crazy. Crazy. Not a lot of time left in this put play. Please do not go in with anything of real size. That's just asking for trouble. I'm only playing with 10 contracts, which is like 0.00001% of my portfolio. What a V-shaped recovery bounce in the equity markets there. My oh my. Crazy, crazy moves, eh? Pretty filthy. Pretty filthy. That's a V-shaped. And now you look at this type of pattern here, guys. And what is this? This is a 2-minute inverse head and shoulders. So maybe they're going to squeeze us into the close. Imagine they broke this out here. Whoops. But this is a 2-minute chart, bullish pattern on SPY that gives us a new all-time high, 666.10. Holy moly. If they were to do that, that would be mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. If they broke us out to squeeze us into the end of the session, all the way up to 666, that would be filthy. Not my base case, and the pattern hasn't triggered, and near the highs, patterns have a more likelier statistical probability of failing, but just understand there's a little pattern there. They're trying to form that. They are trying to form that pattern. Can you believe that? That would be filthy. Filthy. All right, IWM still trying to rip. Crazy. 2 and 10-year yield have been faded. Gold trying to catch a bid. Crude oil trying to catch a little bit of a bid. QQQ back to the green side. All major indices are green. SPY, Q, IWM. Everything is green across the board. Amazon still down 1. Nvidia down 2. Look at them trying to break out the S&P 500 here. That is a crazy, crazy reversal. My oh my. These market makers are filthy. Absolutely filthy. Alright, so just understand intraday, they are trying to break this bullish pattern out. Still into a previous overhanging supply zone. China stock still acting well. Uranium turned the corner going green. Open door back up 14.35%. Micron turning green. Tesla. Can you believe how much Tesla ripped, guys? Tesla probably had one of the best reversals intraday. Look at that. Dip and rip. Crazy, eh? Absolutely crazy. They are trying to punch SPY through here. They are going for a little bit of a breakout. Trying to rip it. SPY is green on the session. That is crazy. We've got final 30 minutes left in the tape, and they are pushing that S&P 500 higher here. That's filthy. Is this inverse head and shoulders going to play out? Do they keep pumping this market into the end of the session? Or is this one big liquidity grab? We will find out within the next 30 minutes. What's everyone's prediction? 50% retrace of this move, a retest of the lows, new highs. What is everyone thinking? Put your comments in the box, guys. We are here as a collective. I've obviously positioned myself on the short side with some lotto put plays, which right now are down by about 3 cents a con, 25-30%. But again, it's small size. It's only 140 bucks. New lows will come. Supreme Leader saying new lows. What a bear. Eat him up. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks for the comment there. Do we have any other bears in the chat? I'm a bear right now. Do we have any bulls in the chat? What's it gonna be? Big retrace, new highs, middling here in the middle, chopping around. Come on, S&P. What do you want to do? Trying to hold that opening range. Nvidia is seeing some top wick distribution. Dixie still consolidating like it wants to press higher. S&P 500 back under 660 and melting a little bit. Pay me on the puts. I'll be happy if I can win on this trade again. Rams out 80% of his SPY calls, 657 calls, nicely done. They are trying to chop this market back down a little bit more. Just a little bit more. We are seeing some sell side pressure. They're trying to melt it. Still hanging on above prior day low. Being rejected off of that opening range candle. They're still trying to buy this dip here. They dipped it. They ripped it. They've done everything today. They've chopped us sideways. They've paid the bulls. They've paid the bears. How will they close this market is the big question. Will they close it negative on FOMC? Will they close the Russell negative? If they close the Russell negative today, that is bearish. Because why? You look at the topping tail on volume that the Russell is giving us today, we're already trading 68.38 million shares, almost double the average daily volume. Now that's some volume that I like to observe. That is pretty crazy. All right, there's trying to rip it through that OR low. Come on, just take us downtown. Take us down. Take us down. There's still, so it looks like a bit of a failed breakout off of this inverse head and shoulders pattern. Potentially a little minor failed breakout. Still has some time to firm up, but does look like they failed that pattern. You do have the dollar trying to firm up. Weird day for the VIX, guys. Such a weird day. I mean, that VIX was heavily manipulated today. You had all indices were negative today, but you had the VIX also negative. It was weird. Even weirder when all the indices are green and the VIX was green. So weird. Sometimes certain ETFs don't make sense in this market. Mind blowing. All right, so SPY back to the negative side. Gold seeing some sell side. Nvidia seeing some sell side. Nat gas seeing a little bit more sell side. Bitcoin still down 1%. If we lose prior day low on the S&P, they are going to flush us here into the close. As long as we stay above prior day low, they can still bounce us. But we lose 659.20 and they will flush us. Anonymous saying, I think we go to 620 at least, maybe 593 until April. Whoa, those are some bear targets. I would love to see 593 on SPY. That would be clinical. Look at them flush us through that OR low. Sorry, that PDL. Anonymous is a big bear. They will dump it. To be frank, 655 on the card. 655 by the end of day? Retesting the lows? Ouch. Ouch. Where are all these bears coming from? No one's hibernating. No one's hibernating. We got bears all over the place. Is anyone bullish in this chat? Is anyone bullish? I guess there's no bull icon, so the best thing that I can show is a moo, a cow. That's the only thing I can show. All right, so they defended that prior day low, so a positive sign there in the near term. Still seeing some heavy sell side and potential rejection. Your US dollar Dixie still trying to make a little bit of a grind higher. IWM still looking a little bit fragile in this range, but has bounced quite nicely, and it's still positive on the session. Getting a really big push back up here on the S&P. Final 25 minutes left in the tape. Remember, we still have MOC coming out. Still have that 0 DTE liquidity into the end of the session coming out. Markets are trying to push back up here. Big wick energy on the Russell. Anonymous is heavy in XLF puts, so I'm conflicted. Let's look at XLF, see what that's doing. JP Morgan is strong on the session right now. But yeah, XLF is definitely extended here. One of the stocks that were so extended is Citigroup. You know, you just look at Citigroup. My oh my, I've been tempted to short that one, but just keeps going higher. It's trading like a meme stock. Let's look at Bank of America. Bank of America. Yeah, Wells Fargo, WFC. WFC actually trying to break out here. Wow, Wells Fargo's chart looking more constructive. Regional banks, KRE. Hey, Georgiana. Georgiana's saying 6450 XPX these days, then new highs. Let's look at where the SPX is. 6450 puts us kind of back into this previous little consolidation range. Sweep of this little reversal candle. We got another bear joining the club. Welcome, welcome. Georgiana gets the teddy bear. 6450 would be a decline of what? Let's see. 6450, that's not much. I mean, 2.4% down, right? So not that much. All right, more sell side pressure. They're wanting to just chop this S&P here in this range. Still no big move down yet. We are seeing Nvidia still struggling. Tesla still pumping. Crazy move on Tesla. IWM, again, still maintaining structure above its prior day low, just like SPY, still maintaining structure above that PDL. If it loses it, it flushes back down to the lows. SPY, if it loses prior day low, should retest its 7-day moving average at minimum. Uranium had a nice reversal. Dixie quietly creeping back up, guys. That US dollar index trying to make another move here. Is it going to break out to the highs of the session yet again? To your yield trying to push. Look at them crush the VIX. They are crushing that VIXy. IWM still hanging in. Still consolidating. SPY is just chopping. They are now just burning premium. A little bit of vol and theta crush. Continuing. Trying to eat that premium up. SPY just chopping around. You still have your Qs slightly negative. SPY slightly negative. The trend today is still down. Even with this big V-shaped recovery bounce, the trend on the indices are still down. Gold down 0.8%. Let's see how fast they can sell us into the final 20 minutes here. Contracts are getting a lot cheaper as time is ticking by. Again, I've made my money today. Day trading, I made just under 3K. Come on, S&P, lose that prior day low and start to flush us back into the 7-day. Back into the 7-day. Come on. SPY gonna tumble. Supreme leader. Coming back in with a big call out. Right at a support level. Will we break it? Is the Russell gonna fall? You have Nvidia curling down. You got the Dixie trying to squeeze. 10 and 2-year yield neck and neck, up 0.74%. Crude oil catching another bid. Amazon and Nvidia are really struggling. Meta trying to turn green. Apple and Microsoft are already green. Netflix pumping up 2.44%. JP Morgan, stellar day for JP Morgan, up 0.9%. They have just creamed the VIX though. Creamed the VIX. And they got the market pinned. We are coiling here for a big move. If we don't get a big move, a pump or a dump, I would be shocked. If they just pin us here at 659.50, I'd be shocked. Overall, though, I would say that the bulls had a really good bounce. If they can hold it here, that is actually constructive. You have to give yourself a round of applause for bulls to defend this price action. Again, the day's not over, but so far, the bulls basically recapturing and taking us right to where we were trading. This was before the interest rate decision. This was the interest rate announcement pop. Then you fell. Then the market started to rally ahead of Powell. Powell came out literally on this candle here. The close of this 1-minute candle is when Powell came out and we fell. And then they absolutely ripped it. So it's turning out right now in terms of price action to be a nothing burger. An absolute nothing burger. Today. Right now, what I think they're doing is you've had a lot of open interest higher and lower on the chart. So you're crushing all of those contracts into the end of the week, as well as the 0 DTEs. But I think because of that vol expansion, you're crushing all of the OI down below and all of the OI up ahead. It really, really matters. It's 3:43 p.m. and lackluster. Makes me want to sit down. Lackluster close here. So better do something here. Yeah, they just sucked the vol and look at them pin this market here. Pretty extraordinary. Well, little bit of sell side pressure, still maintaining above PDL. Let's see if we can get a move. Come on, give us a big move. Give us a big move. Trying to break it through this key support zone. Starting to flush it a little bit. Just a little bit. IWM still positive, S&P, Q still negative, but they've rebounded quite nicely. Nvidia still underperforming. Dixie quietly creeping back up. What else we got going on? Bitcoin still down 1%. Let's look at Bitcoin's chart here, see how it reacted off of its Fed. So same thing, Bitcoin had an initial move up, down, all around. Ethereum, same sort of thing, up, down, up. Make you seasick. It's a choppy pattern. Ocean waves. Let's see what else we got going on here. Lyft has still maintained price structure. Palantir had a big rebound off of the lows. PLTR doing wonderful things. Looking at IONQ again. IONQ, yeah, look at that. Pushed to new highs. This one's actually into, yet again, a short level. Now maybe a swing short level. Crazy. That is ready, I think. Let me just see here. Strong move for IONQ. Very strong move. Let's look at Rigetti again. RGTI. That's also still acting extremely well. Breaking out. LYFT has maintained positive structure. Very strong move. Snapchat still doing well. Open doing well. QBTS doing extremely well. Tesla. Soundhound made a nice move. SOUN. Trying to break out here. How are the space stocks doing into the close here? Rocket Labs trying to bounce just a little bit. ASTS also trying to firm up just a little bit. SoFi seeing some recovery. Roblox, big candle on Roblox. How's Robinhood doing? Hoodie, still trying to grind, float and grind on Robinhood. What does this GV do? Well off of the highs. Shall I grab some shares? GRAB, big bounce. Let's look at airlines again. Jets ETF slightly faded. UAL, AAL, FedEx, UPS. Still trying to work out Constellation Brands. Still under some pressure. Lululemon. Trying to firm up. UNH. Rand saying, how about 650 puts for SPY? For 30 days out? Yeah, if you give yourself 30 days out, those could work out. It's an aggressive move. I like 654s better. But 650 puts could work out. Just give yourself time on the clock. UNH back testing a little bit of a breakout zone here. Interesting. I know Regeneron had some news into the end of the session. Regeneron looking strong. A little bit of a hard down candle there. Seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in the tape. Let's look at some of these Vegas stocks. CZR, that's coming in. LVS. Oh yeah, how are real estate? Someone says they like trading Vici, VICI. That's coming in. I would be considering a long on Vici around this 32.55 zone. Looks better. Let's look at real estate. Yep, that's coming in quite sharply. Real estate. Interesting price movement in your yield state. Looking at the 10-year yield, pushing to the upside. US 2-year yield, also catching a bit of a bid. Let me look at Canadian rates today. See a 5-year yield. Also trying to bounce a little bit today. Interesting. NDX. Look at that candle on NDX, guys. Holy. Now, typically after a candle like that, the following day, you do get a retrace. So, that's a crazy candle. That's a crazy candle. Wow. A really strong breakout here on the daily chart of Snapchat, guys. I highly encourage you to pay close attention to Snapchat. It has lagged the communication sector, doesn't require a lot of capital to get a really big push. Holy crap, plug power? Where the heck did this move come from today? Jeez. Plug just screamed higher. What an absolute breakout. How's Carvana doing today? We'll look at some of the Carvana looking positive, like it's trying to also squeeze for a little bit of a new high. Quite interesting. Affirm trying to push a little bit. Let's look at UPST. UPST, a potential W pattern. After a couple days of consolidation, this one could be traded to the long side as long as it holds above some of the key moving averages. Let's look at Mr. Chewy and ticker Wolf. Chewy, nice recovery. Ticker Wolf. Seeing a bit of recovery. How's Reddit doing? RDDT. Wow, strong ticker. Right to the upside. GameStop. Let's look at ticker WAY. How's Wayfair doing? Wayfair's also been another strong stock. Coming in from the highs just a little bit. Interesting. So I would say this is a pretty good close for the bulls. That being said, that NASDAQ wick is probably going to see some sort of a retrace. Don't know if they'll gap us up or down. I would be more inclined to think that they keep selling us in tomorrow. Wouldn't be surprised if we gap down tomorrow. But stranger things have happened. We'll see. Bulls have kind of lived to fight another day. This was looking pretty nasty until they stepped in and saved it. So I would say bulls lived to fight another day, and the bears kind of fumbled this breakdown here. Nevertheless, we made money on the short trades, and it's been a really good day for us here. Live trading. Members took some nice profits off of some options contracts, and we're looking for a little bit more as we progress into this market. I'm very surprised as to how strong China has been. China has been an absolute beast of a sector. Ram saying we're gapping down tomorrow. Keep rounding points ready for me. All right, I will. I wouldn't be surprised. I actually am leaning towards that too. I think we could easily gap down tomorrow. You know, I think the max pain would be gap us down below the slow pivot. They buy us back up in the morning and then they sell us off again. But pretty hard close here on the Russell. Take a look at what's happening here. That's a really nasty close on your IWM. Seeing some heavy distribution candles. The stock that should see a hard fall, quantum names, guys, IONQ, it should see a pretty hard fall. If IONQ falls, we should see Rigetti take a pretty decent breather. S&P 500, final 3 minutes here. We are getting somewhat heavy here into the close. A little bit heavier here. Nice. Drop us down. You placed an order for ticker PTRN. PTRN. That's live on the 19th. Cool. Oh, how's Stub doing? Let's see how Stub is doing. I saw Figure had that bounce and then it's given up quite a bit. So Stub at the lows. Interesting. This one could play out at Figure. If we gap down tomorrow on Stub, I would consider buying it. Just keep that on watch. We did day trade successfully Figure today. Made a nice couple $100 off of this decline. Everyone had opportunity to go along with me on Figure. Nice 2%. I sold early. It ended up going basically double and then some triple. But you don't go broke from taking profits. That's for certain. All right, a little bit of more weakness into the end of the session here. IWM still slightly positive on the tape. It is starting to get a little bit heavier. Nasty little potential topping tail on the Russell 2000. Your Dixie going for another high of day. All right, guys, that is the session here. Thank you all for tuning in. That is the FOMC press conference. I will have a little bit more to discuss with members' videos, but I appreciate all the support. Hopefully you made money here. We pretty much went 7 for 8. I lost a little bit on that last lotto spy trade, but again, nothing crazy. Almost netting 3K on the live day trading session. Again, great job. Thanks, Ram. Thanks, Curveballs. Thank you, everyone. Peter, everyone for tuning in. Cabin, Mohammed, Supreme Leader, and Georgiana, anyone else that I didn't mention. Bart, I know you're there too watching. But we will see you all again tomorrow, September 18th, Thursday. Okay, it should be interesting. All right, take care, everybody.